SW, Mr. Green One. Hold on, let me throw this link in the room. Got Universal 7. Rafael Structura. So yeah, today gonna deal some more with some solutions. Yesterday we had the brother Premier Networks. He came on and I thought he gave a good presentation about how we could bring about change through some political means. All right. We have one of the friends to the room. Amina's already clicked in on the link. I don't know. Thumbs up if y'all wanna. I guess we gotta give Amina some help, or try to get her to accept some help. But that's a weird situation where generally, everybody's trying to get the people who don't suffer from mental illness to not look at it with a stigma. But in this case, I have to try to convince the person who does struggle with to take the stigma off so they could get some help. I don't see many thumbs up. Peace. We got the bar just came in the room. What's going on? Everybody do the each one teach one for me real quick and hit the like button. Be appreciated. Do this stream, clicking like, subscribing, everybody stream And now I'm trying. The thumbs up is to see, who wants to from me. She's on the. She's on the. Let's see. Amina, Amina, did you call the number?
So we start for alhamdulillah. So if you say dick or prayer, they've been sending Muslims to me, 10%. That's what they've been sending me. My brother's been trying to everybody's trying to Islamicize me. So, oh, this makes a lot of stuff. Don't listen to nobody. Just read the Holy Quran. Read Muslimize yourself. Stop being what 5% is. Why would
Amina,
you even talk to people like that? That's what they doing to me. They trying to tell me 10% again. Can't want me no regard. And nah, girl, you ain't nothing but a freaking girl. You ain't freaking bro. Yeah. Learn the ways of niggas and hoes. Trips and hoes. When you come up in here, that's all you see street life. 2 4s of freaks.
Peace. Peace. Can y'all hear me now? I think I'm back. That was some internet connection. All right, Amina. Hold on, let's Universal, what's going on? Amina, did you
Hmm.
call the number?
I called. Nobody picking up this answer machine.
That's just the whole time since the last time you was on the live. Did you
Yep.
call?
I called. They went straight to answer machine.
All right. Well, what time did you call?
It was I don't know, they're Jewish and they practice Sabbath or something, or they're Israelite or Seventh Day Adventist. I don't know, because Saturdays that's what they some people practice Sabbath from Friday night to Saturday night. But I
Nah,
don't
nah,
know.
nah. What I'm asking you is what time did you call the number to ask for help?
It was around the afternoon and such.
Hmm. All right. So when you call him back,
What happened?
I said, when are you gonna call it back?
Well, it's not a 24-hour hotline. I'm gonna have to call the 9 line, like 100 and it's more youth. You come up to me like it's been like teenagers and stuff and young youth. I'm gonna tell them to call the youth line 1-800-246-4646
Nah, nah,
without
nah,
ticket.
nah, nah. Listen,
Cause
listen,
they've been
listen.
coming up to me.
No, no, no. Right now, you gotta listen. You gotta pay attention for yourself. Now listen. Tomorrow, you gotta
Mhm.
call the number at 12 o'clock. Correct?
Mhm.
And you remember what you gotta tell them, right?
Okay.
Do you remember what you gotta tell them?
It's the be well thing, right?
Do you remember what you have to tell them?
Or ask them about like if they have like a therapy thing I'll go to or something.
Right. All right.
Okay. Nobody's bothering you, right?
Now I'm gonna talk to you later. I'm gonna talk to you later. All right.
Okay. Peace, money, blessings, like love, peace, happiness. Right?
Peace. All
Peace.
right. Peace. The ball was the signs.
Peace, everybody. Well, I came in because you wanted someone to talk to her to make that phone call, but I see you got the job done already. So, just me being a healthcare professional, I figured that let me just get on. But that was peace that you were using 1 and 2 step commands, because that's one of the things that you use with people who might have problems with their faculties, maybe how they hear or how they speak, like a stroke patient, or somebody who might have a traumatic brain injury, or somebody that might just have problems with processing. So I like the fact that you spoke to about the situation or the condition, and the first next thing that she has to do, cutting off all sidetracking that could cause distraction. So that was pretty good, G. You're a doctor in some sense. That's peace. I like that.
That's peace too. But the signs we was just building on, we got a few people came in. We got Son of Solomon, Tommy Robinson, YU and Claire B1 came in. But the signs we was just dealing with in the messages,
Right,
right? With this the bill 6666. Has
right.
any has anyone else heard of this bill? I wonder if Premier Networks is gonna come on because Premier Networks, he's good with the political sphere.
Right.
Because that to me was kind of shocking that the bill was is written or sponsored or whatever by Bobby Rush.
You mean you referring to the same bill that those 35 congressmen had written for the it's in regards to the human trials, the human challenge trials. And what this is that what you're referring to?
Nah, this is the bill that they having people coming to your house to deal with quarantines. You know what I'm saying? Whether you have to be locked in your house or whether they had to remove you, if you showing any symptoms,
Mm-hmm.
like
Well,
this appears to be a new thing going around. I heard that the governor of California is also instituting that out there.
okay. Well, I guess that from what I've been seeing with the information in the news, I'm thinking that this has to do with their potential opportunity to look for, participants for that what do you call it, for that count tracing that they doing, where they looking for people who may either be around those who've been affected or those who might just have it but they say are not showing symptoms.
Yeah, that's the name of the bill. Like Trace is in the bill. That all of that is it appears to be a part of what's going on here. Is you know basically what's that 6 degrees of separation? Like by 6 degrees of separation, they can pretty much trace anybody. Because once you what happened in your sound? Something happened in your sound. I can't hear you. But that appears to be the new thing right now is being able to track people. Once you come in contact with anybody who has tested positive, you could come on their radar. Like that's kind of the deal to what's going on. Right. As W said, you could just be in the store with multiple people. And if you identify as one of the people that's in the store, you understand what I'm saying? And now I'm saying that match this up also with the signs. Did y'all hear about the signs with the telephones? How they got a thing where they're gonna ping your telephone, right? And when they ping your telephone, they could tell if you were within 6 feet, if you observing the social distance with everybody else. If you were within 6 feet, somehow they could tell that by pinging your phone. So through pinging your phone, they're gonna get an anonymous, just registration right there. But they can use all the other information that's collected and connected to your phone to zero in on who you are. Silver Fox said, whoever they feel like snatching, they're gonna snatch you. SW said, yeah, the GPS ping. So that's why they rushing with 5G. I mean, they got it pretty good right now. 5G and no 5G. You know what I'm saying? SW said 5G provides extra speed and storage. 5G provides extra speed and storage. Yeah, you know, a lot of things that you know, there's, you know, it's kind of a digital plantation now. You know what I'm saying? Where there's, you know, ways to mine our information and everything, you know, and make money off of us. You know what I'm saying? As well as a way to, you know, kind of monitor us and you know, keep us in line too. There's premier networks out there. Cause I want to ask him, man. You know, what's the sign? Matter of fact, the bar you from Illinois, right? I still can't hear you. Something's going on with your sound. I am. Peace to the God. Yeah, I don't know why your sound is not working.
It's 9 o'clock.
But what's the deal with Bobby Rush? What's the deal with Bobby Rush sponsoring that bill, or is that even real? Like, is that like some propaganda websites that I've been seeing the news from? Because that's you know, that's like the next level. Universal said Bobby Rush been in Lush for years. So I mean, you know, Bobby Rush is another one of these guys that became beholden to the Democratic Party. I'm not understanding. Mr. Greenwood said the real ID cards with chips going to work with the 5G to track also. When you say real ID, did you mean to put RFID? Universal said Illinois politics are different. I mean, I mean, is there any word on how he got caught up? Yeah, that RFID stuff, I do know about that. Like right now, if you got the contactless, like all of these ways that you can you know, you don't even have to put your card in the machine. You could just tap the machine. All that's RFIDs. Yeah, Silver Fox. You in California? Silver Fox said that the California call themselves California. California themselves spoke about the contact tracing they started doing. They hired 20,000 men to enforce everything. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. That I heard that this was being done in California as an individual state. But
I just
now
heard that.
this would be Bobby Rush introducing this on a national level.
I wasn't aware of that. I just heard that from you now, and I um I knew that they were passing a lot of laws to be able to not only get their vaccine, like you said, but also to be able to enforce their experimentation on people. So I'm just hearing it for the first time.
But what about Bobby Rush though? Has he been you know
Well,
kind of make
the reason why I'm surprised about this in terms of Bobby Rush is that Bobby Rush is usually a person who advocates for social issues as it relates to just original people, black people in the inner city. I remember when I used to live in Chicago, um, around the mid '90s. I would say around '97, '98, when he used to work for the Illinois state uh, government, where he was in the a state rep. He used to complain about the conditions in Cabrini Green. So I remember photos of him passing through the greens with a lot of journalists and news media folks talking about the conditions and really bucking at the system, the government, and I guess that's in line with his persona, with him being with the BP Black Panther. So in terms of him advocating for social issues, that was kind of in line with him. That's his repertoire, based on his former history. But in terms of like him dealing with like public health situations, this the first time that I'm hearing it, and you see how surprising it is, how hard it is to get into anybody else's radar unless you're from California, because he's not used to making these decisions about public health, those type of things. Usually it'll be about housing, about zoning in the inner city in Illinois, for example, but not on a federal level to cause people to, I guess, follow their rules with this coronavirus issue.
Yeah, because one thing the Panthers was about was all of this kind of violation of people's rights. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
exactly. And
These kind of draconian enforcement methods is violation of people's rights. You know what I'm saying? They separating families, and these are the same people that a couple of months ago they was complaining about families being separated, and now they passing bills where they could come in your house and take somebody out. You know what I'm saying? Because they got symptoms.
wow, and when
Right?
you, what's interesting is that on the public health front, that's also a violation of your right to consent. Because if you are saying that you are potentially trying to reach people who might have some type of disorder or some type of ailment, before you could even carry on a form of medical treatment in any level, you're supposed to get informed consent from the person. So, but however, if that means having people in the National Guard, not public health officials, barging in and trying to grab people because they suspect that they might have something in them, or they might be sick, or you know, how do you make the excuse that somebody who's supposed to be a soldier who's in the National Guard to be able to tell that a person is at risk for catching coronavirus, except if they are medical people with medical credentials in the National Guard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they are doctors. Some of them who are specifically doctors. So, of your information informed consent to participate in this, the healing of this outbreak, because you're not really coming at the person the right way. You're supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to ask, see if a person has temperature, if they have any cold or fever, and even if you could tell that just by looking at them, it takes somebody who's a professional to know how to approach a person and ask them these questions. You know what I'm saying? Look for signs and symptoms and see if they fall in that criteria. Then once it falls in that criteria, then you gotta ask them for the informed consent, which is just letting them know we about to take you to this place to find out what's going on, run testing, and then you have to say yes for that to. That's a total, difference from someone coming in because you went to the store and you ain't wearing no mask, and they kick in the door and they start putting you in a headlock or something, telling you got to wear the mask or we got to take you to the hospital. So that's violating people's right, and that ain't no public health, and that sure ain't public health safety.
Yeah, and then in terms of the contact tracing part, you don't even have to have no symptoms. All you have to do is be in the supermarket at the same time that person was in the supermarket.
That's true. That's what we've been hearing. If you if there's someone that's suspected or that's currently being treated for COVID-19, if you been around person or if they person, meaning that y'all work in the same area or been in the same area in terms of the neighborhood, then they say they could claim that you need to be traced to see if you have antigens for it, for the reason of that, because you may have it but not show symptoms, which again is also wrong, because if I don't have the symptoms and I'm not showing them to really tell you that I have a virus, then you checking my blood seeing that I have an antigen, that's not you, that's not the same thing as me, as you qualifying that person to have it or to be sick by it. So again, they use the play of words. They try to use one definition for a whole bunch of number of things. Be able to net a whole bunch of people who experience. Really, the only way you should get tested is if you've been around the person and if you're showing symptoms. So just because I walked around in the store and we gave the elbows and they found out that that person had um, the coronavirus, that doesn't mean that I may have an antigen. The only way you would tell is if, I'm showing those symptoms after a day or two. And that means that you have to catch me at that time to know what we suspect you something. But you're not just gonna say because I was around you, or even as a healthcare professional, if I treated a patient, that doesn't warrant that I am eligible for what's it called, contact tracing. That's just them experimenting, trying to find out those who've had contact, and trying to fill in the gaps of the base of their research work, because their research work, it spreads out. There's a whole lot of aspects to it. It's not just finding out people who've contacted the virus. It's also seeing if there are persons who may in some way have been infected at some level. And the lower levels that they want to see is the antigen, those who are asymptomatic. Because I think that if they study the antigen in that person's blood, it will help them come up with these good clues to their little vaccine trials that they have it. Because I think that they're trying to make vaccines that that are weak in potency, but it has enough dosage of the virus that could sort of like change your change your temperature, change your have you to have fevers, pains and muscle aches. So that this way they could be able to figure out how to get a stronger vaccine. So I relate all contact tracing to them trying to come up with a vaccine. And like I told people before, they looking for healthy, strong, good breeders. You know what I'm saying? So that through their experiment, they can wisdom they build and look for the proper vaccine to now be able to experiment on people and probably to make money for the healthcare field in the long run. Because that's the type of rat it smells like. You know, why you trying to get me anyone that you may potentially assume, may have an antigen just because they're around someone who may potentially catch COVID-19. It's almost as if they're looking for those who are resistant to COVID-19 so that their information could be used in making these vaccines. So that's why I'm paying attention to a lot of the news at the end of this weekend and the beginning of this week, because all that contact tracing stuff, they're going to be talking about it, and preferably the type of news that we'll talk about that is usually at the midnight, because any type of news that's around prime time, that's just they put that in rotation, but the real news regarding this is usually in the middle of the night, international news, things like that, where all that medical resource will be put out there for me to kind of figure this out, because I'm not taking that vaccine, man. They ain't
Yeah,
doing it.
that's a high powered idea though that you just presented right there. That the contact tracing is not to find the people that got it, but to find the people who don't have it, or to find not to find the people that they get they susceptible to the
Exactly.
virus, but the people that's not susceptible to it.
Well, the thing about it is that anyone with a weak immune system is most likely susceptible to having that virus. So, as you can see, the way they're doing it, they're making sure everybody wears a mask. So that's like the control. Remember, this is an experiment. Excuse the darkness, man. That's the background of my house. So the control, meaning the group of people where they put under regular conditions, that'll be kind of everybody in the pool. Those with weak immune system, which also includes certain older folks and certain people with you know, pre-existing conditions, and those of us who might have strong immune systems, because the assumption is the coronavirus is everywhere. It's just floating in the air. So now, once they study those people who will be the target people, those with weak immune system, which we all know is the colored people and certain people who may have certain conditions that render them to have weak immune system. Some of those people, majority of them are the ones who've gone to the hospitals, who've tested and been positive for the coronavirus, who've been on the ventilators, who've been taking some of their medication. Then once they start talking about this trial with the remdesivir, I think that's it. One is called Model. There are a couple of vaccines that they putting out there. So some of these people are now part of the groups of people that are trying to get down with this human challenge trials. These are people that are willing to have the unfinished vaccine that they still experimenting on. They are willing to have that shot through their bodies so that they can see the effects of these experiments and see the effects of the vaccines in the body. This way, they won't have to wait for the normal one 1.5 years that it takes for vaccines to go through the regulations to be approved. So when you have those people who do the human challenge trials, they basically thrown away their rights, their right to say no or yes, which is the right of the consent agreement. So they, willingly decides to be the guinea pigs, and by them being the guinea pigs, whatever the vaccine does and the information that they collect, that just leads them to the next phase of branding it, putting it in the market, getting certain doctors that are part of these medical organizations like the American Medical Association and so on and so forth, who will who will allow the vaccine now to be approved in the market for some of these, healthcare organizations like hospitals, nursing homes, and so on forth to get them and use them on patients. So by them deciding to do the human challenge trial, it accelerates the process. So what I'm basically saying is that all the situation of contact tracing sort of plays into the middle of them coming up with a vaccine. And what it entails is to know the healthy and strong good breeders and also know those who are not healthy. So, and we know that the contact tracing will be for the healthy and strong good breeder because that's sort of that certificate. You know what I'm saying? Just like the certificate prevented two original people from mating with each other, it's the same way the contact tracing in a certain way isolates the one who's resistant to the coronavirus, the asymptomatic person. Because now the studies of that person's blood allows them to make a vaccine for, him, but more importantly, for the ones who have the weak immune system. So that's why the contact tracing, I guess from what you told me, they sort of are enforcing it because it helps them to get to the end of this question of the vaccine.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Green one right here said that earlier that he heard a Red Cross radio ad asking for those who had survived to donate blood so that they could get the antigens.
That makes sense now because you see the vaccine, when from some of us who have knowledge of what vaccine is usually sort of like an antidote to a microorganism or microbe like a bacteria or virus or whatnot. And part of making a vaccine is having parts of it where you have parts of the virus itself and you have other parts that are mixed in serum that when put together it gets into your blood, and I guess that part of the vaccine that has the virus is a way of drawing the virus or the antigen that's already in you, in order to now have the active part of the vaccine not destroy the virus as a whole. Now, what I think it is that it may give somebody with a weak immune system stronger immunity. But for a person who's able to have antigens of the coronavirus, what it does is that it makes um it makes them rely on artificial immunity, not their own natural immunity. And when you look at the idea of them taking blood, that makes sense because who knows? They probably searching for antigens by having taken the blood of those people who've already caught the coronavirus. And they probably pay them again. Who knows? That's probably part of that $2 trillion and the more that's coming in to pay for these people who are going to be part of this health policy experimental agenda, like I would like to dub it, because they're no longer really concerned about the treating or the healing of people, but more of the means to get a vaccine that will put money in their coffers. So that means studying the people who survived from COVID-19, it sounds like, and then the blood sample that the brothers just said they're collecting, Mr. Green. And then you could see the contact tracing. I just didn't know that they were kicking down doors in the name of contact tracing. That's something serious right there.
Mm-hmm. Um, Senator Solomon is he's, I don't know if he's asking or he's making a statement. Is mask on, mask on, mask off segments of society forming?
Yeah. Mask on, mask off, for me, may just represent those who are ready just to keep it moving, and they relate the mask to the lockdown, and they might not really have an understanding of what's going on. That depends on what type of information that they get from the internet. We've heard of people who don't really think that this is a real situation going on, and with them, they not being cautious. But those who keep the mask on, some of them too, they pretty much just believe everything that's put out there, you know. And those type of people, they act as if the mask is actually off, they're automatically gonna catch the virus, which sounds crazy to me. If you don't have any knowledge of health education, you should understand that you only catch you know a virus or bacteria if you have a droplet from that source of infection. So if a person doesn't have any bodily fluids, either from the nose or the mouth, touch your body, then there's no way that you would catch it. And the 6 feet distance is already doing some justice in that. So if it seems like you're gonna be at a concert or a heavy marketplace, I can see you wearing the mask. But just rocking the mask as soon as you just step out the door, especially for people who are in the county areas and the suburbs, you're in the middle of nowhere, or you right by your house, and it probably takes you like a couple of minutes before you even see a car or a person pass by. I don't think you at risk for coronavirus if you don't rock your mask. I just think that it's best when you're around people. So that mask on, mask off, I look at it as just the perception that folks have in terms of this stuff. You got people take it real serious, and they straight mask on every day. I had to tell my client the other day in the nursing home, like, brother, you could take your mask off, because he was laying down, just chilling, resting. And he's in his room, and he's way 6 feet away from his roommate. And I had given him a mask a day before, so the next day I just noticed was wearing the mask and just laying out in the room. And I'm like, sir, you don't have to wear the mask, because he's not at potential to get infected. There's nobody around him. There's no source of droplets, no source of infection. So I just think that people just gotta update knowledge on this situation and be able to choose or know what can be true and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So that should do it for you.
Yeah, I was Mr. Mr. Green one, bringing up this subject. Mr. Green one said the way they going about this, that it reminds him of Henrietta Lack. You know what I'm talking about? Henrietta Lack.
Who's that?
She's the original woman that all the stem cells that exist really
Oh,
came from her.
okay. Wait, Henrietta Flack?
Lack.
I think I heard about her. She was the one that had the mortality gene. Was that the same lady?
Yeah.
Okay, I heard about her. Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know what the. I know that. Well, for making a vaccine, you are looking for. I mean, I guess you're just building people's immunities. And in terms of a person who may be immortal to catching the coronavirus, I don't think that they'll be able to catch that person. I mean, through contact tracing anyway, because even personally, I know people who have actually, had protection, at their jobs. They reduce their risk of contact while treating patients. You wear gloves, you wear, PPE, you wear the eye goggles and the shield. So those type of people are hoping to keep, coronavirus free just because of the vaccine issue. You see what I'm saying? So if you have a person who's actually, a who might not be able to catch it, I don't know if that would be an asymptomatic person, or person that they won't be able to. I mean, he might not even be in that pool of people that might get contact tracing, but it does remind you of them looking for somebody who's immortal to this. And I think that I don't even know what they're doing. I think that they're just doing a whole bunch of work in terms of coronavirus and just getting paid. I don't think that they really are getting to any official answer, but just doing the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? At this point.
SW said they actually been asking for donations from survivors, blood donations from survivors for a while.
That's
You know what I'm
vaccine.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then they got this too. Uh, you know, the Peace was mentioning that they got a snitch line. He called it. You know, in New York, you could call 311 and report people that aren't socially distancing.
See,
Yeah,
that sounds like a particular setup. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a real thing where, you know, like I said, the kind of like digital change is like another level of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Maybe to find out those people who, may be immune to it. Because remember the brother who was it that was a brother who came on who said that he sees three brothers who've always done the same thing and always hung outside and they've never been infected. So I guess if you have a person like that out there who is just living life and doing the regular things they do every day in their neighborhood, and they've not been seen wearing a mask for a long time. I don't know, maybe those are the type of people that they want to use for their contact tracing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe those are the scapegoats that they hope to use for their contact tracing. Where it could either be that they're exposed and they don't seem to have the fever, the chills, the muscle aches, and so on and so forth. I could see how they could see those people as good candidates for contact tracing, based on on them enforcing their law, or based on the person not following the laws of social distancing, wearing the mask. So you get them, you book them, arrest them. I don't know, chain them to a hospital bed or something, and call the doctor and emergency team to do whatever they got to do. I don't know, but I could see how a person who, they are just living their lives regularly. They might be. It's possible that they follow universal precautions, washing their hands, keeping their body sterile, and it makes sense not to feel the need to wear a mask if you're not going to be around a lot of people, or if you're just in your section of your neighborhood, if you're living in a city or something. So if you have that neighbor who tells everything, they call that emergency line, and they come and get you. Probably have the van waiting out there. That'll just be like snatching crazy people off the street. They snatch you up, and who knows what else happens. But I could see that person being a good candidate for contact tracing because they're exposed to the environment already.
Mm-hmm. SW just made a statement right here about social engineering. You know what I'm saying? And so I was just thinking about something in terms of that, in terms of Bobby Rush. Maybe that was the angle that they used in terms of getting him to support that. Is that they saying that this is disproportionately affecting Black people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So then perhaps that was the angle where they like, well, look, this is something that you need to do because, if you don't, it can have a huge impact in the black community.
Well, in terms of that, I just think that like people got to do the knowledge to the cipher properly before they go ahead and make the proper decisions as it pertains to people. Because if you don't actually have all of the knowledge in that cipher, or you actually present in that cipher for some cases, you might not know what's important. And I'm just saying that in terms of social engineering. Now, Bobby Rush, I, I, I don't think that he's in the medical field in any way. So I'm not sure if he knows how to read medical research. In terms of the news, John Hopkins have put it up on their,
Mm.
on their site regarding the number of cases and those who are affected and those who passed away and those who were able to survive. A lot of times, understand how the healthcare field works and how people are their resources. A lot of times, nursing homes, and hospital people who counselors who go look, you don't understand how you pack their institutions, people who, you know, either are said, to have problems, whether if it's that, they, have pre-existing conditions that they need, help for, or they might, just need, to, survive, to get healed or to get better from having different types of dysfunctions in their bodies. So a lot of times they have counselors who have to project the business model of this institution. So they find means of getting people into the system. And a lot of times, some of the information they use is not right and exact, it's not correct. You have people who might have um, people who are in chronic stages of their dysfunctions, where if you have a patient that might be a stroke survivor or a person that has a cardiovascular condition, they might be taking medication and they stabilize at home. But if a counselor sees that that person will be fit for their institution, they'll go ahead and have that person fill out their paperwork suggesting that they meet the criteria, but they might not meet the criteria. They might just dump money to the system. Now, all that I'm saying all that in terms of some of our black brothers and sisters who are part of the social system. Those who are homeless, from setting to setting, they might go from the nursing home to the shelter, and to or sometimes it could be that they have a complication of their pre-existing condition that might land them in the hospital. So a lot of them go through these systems. And if anybody's going to tell me that majority of those numbers that John Hopkins reported, black people do not belong to this setting of people who probably needed a place to stay. So some of these people probably use the coronavirus as a means of getting to some of these, going from nursing home to nursing home, going from shelter. So this enabled these healthcare professionals, including Hopkins, to inflate their numbers to try to say that more black people died of the coronavirus, which I feel is full of crap. Because most people, like the God Supreme Man said, most people die from complications like pneumonia or cold or regular infection, because that condition, it increases your risk of getting those type of things. If you don't have a pre-existing condition, you catch pneumonia or you have a fever or chill, you'll be all right. So what I feel like a lot of our people, were miscategorized this coronavirus tally, which I think is why they were counting those numbers on the coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I had a fever and a nursing home and say, "Oh, I want to be in the nursing home because I think y'all are good. You guys have the medical intervention to be able to help me get better. I could get in there, and if my symptoms was and my temperature's 100, they could have the coronavirus. You see this? There were a lot of our, especially in Baltimore, we have a lot of people homeless. There are a lot of patients that I've seen on the streets after they've been discharged from the nursing home. So a lot of them live on the street. So if a person like those people, need to go back into a nursing home, they already have these counselors and advocates and people, and it's those folks also have any more complications. I could see how the people or these nurses and doctors categorize them to say they have coronavirus. And I think that's how those numbers jumped up. Now, having all that, if you have a person like Bobby Rush numbers, and he doesn't have a profession works, how they sort of recruit clients from different, then he could just think that, oh, the number of black people caught coronavirus are much. He might not be unaware that some of those people never had coronavirus. They just died of other complications, and they were tally under that group. And who knows? I would assume that they had to have gotten somebody to push that to him in a certain way for him to advocate for a lot of that contact tracing. You see what I'm saying? Because I think they looking for people. They want people who are not that susceptible to this coronavirus and using the information, what I'm saying, all that medical, biological information to be able to look for better ways to come up with this virus. And that's why you can see they get samples. I just didn't know they kicked doors for contact tracing. That's serious.
Yeah, peace is saying I see contract tracing like cops grabbing you up because you fit the suspect description since when symptoms became diagnosis, which is, the main reason or one of the main reasons I agree with that statement is because the symptoms are very vague. Like the symptoms that they give you, I mean, that's basically every illness got those symptoms.
Well, I know that symptoms of those symptoms are vague because they present as common symptoms. Fever, chills, colds, muscle ache. That could also be an inclusion criteria for another diagnosis. You know, I know there are people with MS who catch fever, multiple sclerosis, who have fever, chills, and unexplained muscle aches. Some of those people with a lot of those neurological conditions, they might have the muscle ache as the main symptom, but have fevers and chills. So when you say vague in terms of the way they speak that language in the medical field, that's just symptoms that is associated with a disorder and a condition. So now, if these healthcare professionals, that's just how they state the information. Now imagine how politicians use that information for their agenda, you know, and they'll play on the vagueness of those symptoms when it comes to. I remember a nurse cracked the joke on me like, was it last month? You know, I'm coughing because I'd been finishing up work, because I do physical. She looked at me and said, "Hey, bro, you coughing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm coughing." And she's like, "Boy, you better stop coughing, because we the isolation room and testing." So I kind of got a little puzzled and then, well, what you mean? I can't. The natural thing to do. She's like, and she told me that you better watch that coughing. They're gonna take you to the isolation room soon if you keep coughing like that. And she was laughing, and as she joked it, and as I went back to to my department, it just dawned onto me like, wow, that means that if you scratch your head, they can say you have the virus. If you have a fever, supposing I slept all day, I slept at night and I left my window open and I had runny nose, and it became a. That doesn't mean that I got infected by coronavirus. I have had something else that is responsible for the cold. It could just be too much breeze. That's allowing excess of mucus to come out, and that process has to finish up before I'm right back. And then part of that could cause high body temperature. If a person had like maybe a diabetes, you could have blood pressure fluctuation. But that doesn't mean that you have the coronavirus. See how the understanding of people not understanding, what these symptoms could be, how you see that with most people conditions. Those who don't understand, like these officials, even in the healthcare business, who write policy, how they could use these things to just any number of to just be down with their trials, especially these what do you call it, human challenge. And that stuff trips me out. They call it a challenge because you want to challenge the virus. You want the virus put in you. And it's crazy how they're willing to pay people to do this. You know what I'm saying? And you can see how those who are writing these policies, because in that article we were talking about, Ken, I read about a man who had to go to this laboratory company, and how he had to write, get research work that he would present to them so that they could be able to come out with a vaccine. And part of the information that they also need is these signatures of all these people who want to get into this, human challenge trial. Because with the human challenge trial, you write away your consent that if anything terrible happens to you, that would not sue anyone, or you would only find yourself to blame and can blame that, or can find anybody liable for that. So you could see how any of these people could have a fever and chill, and if they motivated by money they would get for things trial, that would be, something for those recruiters who are trying to get these signatures. They look at them and they say, I got a fever and I got to chill and whatnot. It might not even be from the coronavirus, but they might just to be able to get some money. So you can see how we look at these symptoms, they more so symptoms that are common to different dysfunctions. And because the understanding of these symptoms could be vague, you can see how you have people participating in the wrong things, just coming up with the vaccine and trying to get people to just, participate.
Yeah, something you said just
Peace.
now. Peace. Something you said just now made me think, like, cause like the last 2 days, right? It was like 60 or 70 degrees in New York. Then yesterday it snowed. It was like 40 degrees. And then today it
Right.
went back to 60. So, if you went to the hospital today, or, what I'm saying, whatever the case, like you said, you might have a cold because maybe you had the window open, or maybe you was underdressed yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But then, that would make you subject to all these laws right here.
Exactly. They play on the vagueness of those laws, and they could play on the intelligence of those people who, normal people, regular folks who might not even be aware of, that type of knowledge. Like they might not know that, fevers and chills are just regular complications of, much, I'm saying, intricate dysfunctions and disorders that, you know, occur in very many people. So now a lot of those people will believe that if they're coughing uncontrollably, they might not know if it's something in their system that's making them cough, other than a coronavirus. So they could play on the intelligence of people, and then just at a regular job where you have a lot of people who've been locked down. Some people have been locked down for over 2 months. Some people one and a half months. Some people a little over that. If you're an essential employee and you had a direct order for people in your group to quarantine, since you guys have been out throughout the beginning of all this, you know, a lot of it's a way for them to play on the intelligence of those who don't understand that you do catch pneumonia, you do catch fever each and every day. It's your risk is increased by whatever else it is that could serve as a portal of entry. Like, for example, if you just had surgery on your hip, and because you still have incisions that have now closed, obviously infection is a common. So those type of people, you know, you have a lot of them who are worried about, hoping that they don't get infected. But if you have a person with that total hip replacement who didn't pay attention to the post surgical, precautions and rules and guidelines that he has to follow in, having his leg healed, having the surgery healed, and being able to walk, that type of person could easily think that they are good candidate for this human challenge trial. So just picture this: this person decides that he's gonna, try to have the vaccine, or I ain't even gonna say the vaccine, have a prototype of the vaccine put in his body. You know, then what could happen is that not only could he catch coronavirus, he could end up getting his leg amputated. You see what I'm saying? Because the vaccine has a low dosage, or a less lethal, right? Less potent, low dosage of the virus. Supposing they get into him and they multiply. So now this man is not only gonna fall sick, and then you waiting for the vaccine to take effect, and if it doesn't take effect, and the cell count of the virus increases in the blood, then his actual incision site could get infected. So that increases his chances of his leg not healing, or maybe if it gets gangrene at the incision site, he may be he may have to amputate his leg. So that's why I think that it's important for us as a people in the nation of God's enough for us to have this understanding of this healthcare language. The language that they speak in these healthcare places, because those languages, they use it to get us to be part of, the things that they do. And all they do is like make money off people who are sick, you know, or try to use them as guinea pigs to further their money making scheme of, vaccinations. And we know that that's been going on for a very long time, which they really tried to enforce strongly, more so in the 70s, once we started to have heterogeneous communities around, people of different backgrounds living in different cities around the world. So when these people move, immunization, vaccinations are part of the things that they do. They don't get susceptible if you go to this area. So before going to this area, you have to get vaccination. But when we don't understand the language that they write in their policies, their informed consent laws, and that they have in front of us before we sign the dotted line for us to be part of the work that they do, we have to be able to have knowledge of just general healthcare information and the type of policies to control these healthcare information, so that we would know what's beneficial for us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. SW said contact tracing is a digitized evolution of stop and frisk.
Who said
Yeah,
that?
that's SW.
I figure it was S double the wordsmith. Yeah, it is in a way, because I've heard people relate it to the mark of the beast. or I've heard people look at it as a some type of it's some would it be considered digital in a sense? I don't know. I don't know what could be the main element or ingredient in the vaccine. But I do know that if it's talking about tracing, what it is trying to read the history of your blood based on the substances that's in it. So I guess any substance that's on the virus itself, a marker, that's the word. They looking for a marker. They tracing for a marker. So that means that whatever it is that they put in your blood would have to be some substance that could bind to whatever marker that's like ID for the virus. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't know if it's digital in a sense, but that would be crazy if it's digital. If they could actually read your ass like enemy of the state, like born like the movie Born Supremacy, and just see that okay, that brother got or that sister got an antigen in him. He just had, I don't know. I hope I'm not making light of the situation, but I'm just saying that, you know, it marks you, but I don't know if it's in the digital form.
Mm-hmm. Now he's saying just in terms of the, you know, especially when you're dealing with these kind of things that is developed by the shadow level of the government. You know what I mean? Like the technology in the military or the intelligence community. Once they build it up, they like to use it. You know what I'm saying? So right
Yes,
now, they got a lot of technology built up to where they can, monitor a lot of things. And, this could be an excuse for them to test all that out.
well, that is true though. Um when you look at movies that imitate life, what comes to mind is Inception. The movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, where you notice that where they had a lot of soldiers who were trained in virtual reality that took them to different worlds, and this was their means of controlling the world in which they lived in. So when I look at that, I look at that in the same space about how when they do research on technology, usually the military are the ones who they the ones to get to see it first. Like a lot of like these iPhones we had, they were using phones like this in the military, for a while before regular consumers started to have their hands on it. So, but however, I think with the research in reference to the coronavirus, I think the military probably has biggest, I guess, scientific infrastructure for them to be able to, come out with this, with the testing and the creation of their vaccine. It's just that we understand that military research is covert. So a lot of things the information about their research regarding this COVID-19, we'll probably get it in bits and pieces. Give you a bit of the cookie, and not let you understand the whole thing. So with the research, you get bits and pieces. Now, if we have other research labs that are privately owned, the only way we'll know about some of the things that they're doing in their research industry will be if they give releases or they talk about, um, some of the new strategies that they putting together in order to bring about, what I'm saying, the vaccine, the different levels of experimentation. But I do understand is that it's just going to be the part that they want you to see, and everything else or that intelligent mind will be able to figure out be used to studying, or learning how they tell the news, how they disseminate this information to us. I just know that they definitely want to create a vaccine. I definitely knew that they were looking in terms of a vaccine. What they wanted was to give you something that, if it goes into the body, it could get warm. Since they understand any substance that creates heat in the body can destroy, any foreign agent that infects the body. They've been learning, how people use, drink teas and eat certain foods, that cleanses the blood. So I guess that's why they started to look for hydrochloroquine. However, us know hydrochloroquine was what they for malaria in Western African countries. So the only thing is that I think that hydrochloroquine might not everybody will be able to use hydrochloroquine. And then not only that, if you have a coronavirus that is very resistant. See, part of the reason why this coronavirus strongly affects people is that it's also resistant to, the different things in the air that would normally destroy it. That's why sunlight, real hot, warm temperature is what kills it. So in terms of military research, you're only gonna get that later on. And the only way we will know what those covert research will be based on what other private laboratories are doing. And I think it's just based on vaccine. People just have different strategies they want to tell us to understand how not to, get caught up in those things. So not only understanding healthcare information and how it's disseminated and interpreted, in, interp, in, interpreted, interpreted to you, you should also be able to have that understanding of how, the vaccine is related to
It's
the
10
workings
o'clock.
of your job. Like for example, if you're a teacher, how are they gonna demonstrate, this vaccination? If you work in the blue collar industry, how are they gonna conduct this vaccination? Work in the
See that
healthcare field, how you
that
get law enforcement or go
that's
ahead.
that's where the private labs come in at. Is that see uh you know more than likely it's gonna be new rules at the job. You know what I'm saying? And those things people gonna have to sign off on in order to get the job. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, you know, while you're on a job, certain corporate jobs, they might be pinging your phone the whole time to see if you know what I'm saying, if you are observing distance or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or, certain people, if you're supposed to be quarantined or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You might get a bracelet or something, you know what I'm saying, where they can keep track of you, you know what I'm saying? And then if you extend that out by the contact tracing, where it's like, okay, this person right here, but then just because this person had contact with this many other people, you know what I'm saying?
Right. The nature of the job we definitely see is going to affect the rules. Um, I do know that in the healthcare field, in terms of nursing homes, what some companies are doing is that they are actually giving people bonuses. That's what was going on during the lockdown. They were giving us bonuses for us participating in a lot of those COVID 19 meetings that we would have. And in these meetings, it's just basically updates, different ways for us to be able to do our jobs around, some of those people that they, claim that could be susceptible to having it. So I think that when you have rules, those rules are going to be based on the amount of people that you give service to at your job. If you work in a supermarket, it could be that just universal precautions and just protective gear, or I would say protective wear in terms of mask and gloves. The protective gear now comes when you have to work with different people at a time and quickly going from one another. Obviously, if you work, in the nursing home, or you work in a hospital, or you work in a medical atmosphere, you have those protective gear. So with those type of places, depending on if you're nursing, if you work at a hospital that might be owned by the state, or you work in, an establishment that's private, that would depend on if you will be tested, whether you don't have the symptoms or not. Now, I think that for my job, my supervisor already told me that we were just gonna get swabs, where they just test the swabs in some of our cavities, like our mouth, our nostrils, which to me, basically the same test that Drake did, where they put the what's it called, the tip, the cube with the tip into your nose, which is to extract mucus, and I guess look in your mucus to see if there are any traces of the virus. I take it. So in the health, in that type of scenario, in that type of atmosphere, if that is done and you don't have it, then I guess that you could elect if you wanted the vaccine or not. You know, in a couple of doctors, they like to call this putting an extra layer of protection, but I don't think that vaccine is an extra layer of protection if you introducing, the same microorganism that you're trying to disinfect me from. So it doesn't make sense to me. But in that atmosphere, in that job setting, you could see how once you do that test, in terms of them trying to, isolate or try to see if you have anything you don't, then I can see how you could advocate for not wanting the vaccine and how you be fine. And for that type of scenario, the advice for that person is just to wash your hands, keep, keeping, a sterile environment, keeping surfaces clean and whatnot, and you'd be fine. And anybody say vaccine, you know, you tell them that that's not you, because you don't have COVID and you're doing everything to reduce your risk of getting infected by COVID. So you don't have to take any vaccine. Now, for places where people are only having protective wear, like maybe glove I mean gloves and masks, or maybe goggles. Now, I think that the only time you'd be susceptible for that vaccine is if you have those symptoms of fevers and chills and unexplained muscle aches and pain and whatnot, and cough, sore throat and whatnot. If you had those and it seems like, you just seem real messed up and you'd have to leave work, I could see how you have to, like get cured from your doctor, get cleared by him, which could entail contact tracing and vaccine. So that would depend on that supermarket or their job. If you work at a warehouse, they could have some of those rules too. Now warehouse, most times they will have you wear protective gear. But if it's a company that don't have a lot of money, they just hit you with the mask and with the gloves, and with them, you know, they give you the protection for you to work at the job. And if you happen to get infected, then they could also have you go through a lot of those rules and those guidelines related to COVID-19 that in some cases could make things complicated for you. So what I just tell people, just universal precautions, deal with that refinement, guys, enough. Clean your hands, wash your wash your hands, take showers, you know, keep, items that you could use for cleaning yourself out, if you're gonna be working in environments where that you're gonna start sweating and those type of things, it's always good to have, like, food items that that boost your immune system. Like for me, I like to cut 2 slices of ginger and just throw them in my mouth, one on each side of the cheek. And as I'm working, even if I'm building mucus in my nose and I'm sweating, at least I have ginger in my system that will keep my immune system on alert. So that if I'm walking constantly for 3-4 hours, I know that I'm fine, I'm well, no COVID in my history. You know what I'm saying? This way you don't have to be a candidate for any vaccine. In terms of the contact tracing, if a person hasn't had any symptoms, it could be very disappointing now that they come to your job and they have you do this contact tracing and they found out that you asymptomatic, and now you have to go through all these rigorous guidelines on how to keep yourself clean, and you already washing your hands, and it's not, and for that type of person, they might not be having a severe case of a severe level of the symptoms, but all these rules can be very, inconveniencing to that person. And it's just a virus. So I just say just keep clean. Be right. What I'll say. Are you there? Peace. That is a long pause. Peace. Can you hear me?
Peace. Yeah, nah, I got kicked out the room real quick for a second.
Damn.
I don't know what happened right there.
Yeah.
You got it right here.
Peace, dog. Can you hear me?
Hold on, let's.
Peace to the
Peace.
gods.
Peace, God. Peace,
Peace.
peace. How you doing, G?
Maintaining, right,
I'm
Lord?
going.
The crazy part is that, the mucus, that's actually the cold. So you got to spit that shit out, right? Somebody told me if I do that, that's disrespectful. So I'm going to say, pardon me and spit, right? But now that you got snitching hotline, it's like, because you go out, people look at you funny. So it's more like, you gotta zig through it. That shit is like obstacles. At the same time, cayenne pepper, water. When the last time you sweat? Sweat is important. They try to make pills where you don't sweat. You gotta sweat. That should get rid of all them toxins, shit we breathing and all types of shit. If our body is that weak and we that scared,
Right.
what is the body? What is it? I mean, what is the Asiatic? Oh, addict of mind, no age of the body. So, yeah. Okay, man, we been here. We gonna continue to be here. Ain't no birth record. They gonna do what they do though. I ain't wanna be on this camera though, or I'm gonna lay it down in a minute. I just want to get on there because you start scaring people and you know what I'm saying, like we ain't scared, we ain't scared. Justice, penalty of rewards. What penalty they got coming to them? They creating bullshit and doing all that shit. What they got a crazy penalty. We got to get the reward. So that shit pass over. Treat your people like you supposed to. Break bread with them. Spend money with them. And that's it, man. We worry too much. That shit give me a headache. I'm about to lay it down, work in the morning. Same time, like fuck being scared, man. Of course we're gonna be prepared. Same time, you're gonna do it. It is what it is. That's what everybody used to say, right? It is what it is. Let them do what he do. You're gonna make it easier for him or harder. When we start talking that assassination shit, the rhyme with the V word, right? We start talking that assassination shit. I got sin in there. Look at that word. It says it in there. And we see nation in there. So who they sinning against? So all that shit. They say, there's that shit right there, right in our face.
Well, I wanted to
that shit
I
right
wanted
there in
to
our
say
face.
something regarding what you just said.
Hmm?
You were talking about the penalty, like in terms of ramping all this lockdown situation on the people. in terms of, you know, their restriction, how it's becoming too much. And I do agree with you because, you know, the way in which they're taking this on, you know, they're making it seem like this is, you know, not a practical problem with a practical solution. And the practical solution that I see in this situation is good healthcare practices, which I think that is a um, good thing to teach the nation people. Like you should teach people to be able to adopt good healthcare practices like washing your hands and keeping clean environments and things, and how this affects, you know what I'm saying, infections. You know, I think that that's something that they should like put their resources on, as they should also allow people to live out their lives, not to like, you know, hamper or block them from being able, you know, say to make a living
Yo,
for
Lord,
themselves.
all of that
You know,
is
I
no,
just
we ain't
think that
scaring
if they
nobody, man. No, we ain't scaring like.
Good.
I know
Good.
it ain't about being scared, it's about a solution of peace. That's why I was saying that all they have to do is just tell people to like, you know, wash their hands, keep clean, the foods, you know, do those things that would improve your standing, or you know, your wellness, full of wellness, and you know, your good standing with your health. These are the type of things that people should be doing, so that you know the type of reward you get is by you not, you know, being potentially harmed by this type of infection. You see what I'm saying? So I think, can you hear me? Can we hear each other? Can you hear me, Darkim?
Nah, I got him muted. He can hear you. Then I'm about to turn him on.
Well, let me go back. Let me go back in because I need to cook my rice. I'm gonna be on the chat, G. All right.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Peace. Peace.
That's scary, man. Keep talking. Come on, you right? Yeah. Nah, get off of there. Dude sitting there talking crazy, dude. And they just rambling, mama, scaring people. The doctors, nurses gonna come. That's doctors, nurses, clean meters, man. Doctors, nurses, clean meters. That's what they doing.
Yeah, though, but you know, the one thing about, you know, the main symptom of all this thing right now is fear. You know what I'm saying? And that's being exploited. And you know, the one thing you always got to be aware of is that a lot of times, you know, these laws, you know, these new kinds of rules, you know, they end up, you know, being stretched into reasons, you know, or you know, into something that affects, you know, the black community. Like Rico, that first was for the mafia. But I don't think the mafia, you know, did, you know, I don't think they was the worst, you know, that they got the worst of the prosecutions that came from that. You know what I'm saying? So the same thing right now, if we see a whole new set of rules, our phrase just came in. If we see a whole new set of rules being established, you know, we got to be aware of how these rules are going to be enforced. You know what I'm saying? Because, what happens is behavior, especially with this right here, that's social distancing, that's behavior. So, they're actually policing your behavior. You know what I'm saying? Criminalizing your behavior. Like, is this a grounds now? Is this going to be grounds to, escalate an encounter? Because remember, anytime police encounters you, right? If he just, if he stops you to say hello, or if you stop to say hello, or for whatever reason he has to interact for you for any given length of time, he can say that he needs to search you for his safety. That's the threshold, that's the threshold of I don't know what's the word for it, but once something reaches the threshold of fear, they're pretty much free to do whatever they want to do. Peace, peace.
Peace, G.
This is Science.
I'm doing the one. I'm gonna lay it down in a minute. I'm doing the one. No.
Mm-hmm. So, in light of all that, and plus with the title of today's live, what are some solutions? Like I said yesterday, the brother presented the political solution. You know what I'm saying? What other things should we consider pursuing to change the situation where we can be a community that, it could be accepted that we civilized and we don't need to be treated like this. Anybody out there? Anybody out there got any suggestions about that? Live Face said, yeah, for their safety, but in the meantime, they kicking the crap out of you. They protect themselves and serve us. Yeah. But that's because the community isn't exercising any power.
I'm gonna say Lord solution. Like I had like salute. Like we gotta salute each other. You know what I'm saying? We spend bread with each other. Like we should have everything we need, and if there's a price on it, or pay the price, break bread with your brother and circulate it. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I do think that's the science of it. You know what I mean? In terms of but we was discussing that, and we're gonna have to discuss that pretty much every day. Is what could be that rallying thing that everybody salutes to.
Right. That's the
You know what I'm saying? Because,
yeah.
you know, and,
Well,
and we gotta overcome the indoctrination. You know what I mean? In terms of, you know, separation has been taught to us for so long
right.
that we could separate and treat each other like the enemy at the drop of a dime. You know what I'm saying? Over the slightest thing. It's reverse of the born degree. We'll kill each other quicker than we would the devil.
Mm. Right there. That's crazy, G. Yeah, that's the lessons too. Like you gonna see everything. You gonna see it right through the eye. That's the understanding. You gonna get your lesson. You gonna see. And you to make all this. You made all this shit. Yeah. All right. I know how to fix it. Then you gotta get to the fixing. I say get
Yeah,
to the fixing, the doing, the application, putting it in motion, and keeping in motion. That's the perpetual. But there's always gonna be that friction there though for anything we do. There's always gonna be friction. It's just push through it and get it in motion. My brother told me that just born, the teacher of God.
yeah. There's got to be some. It's got to be acknowledged. In terms of being in a time of emergency. Because that's a thing too. It's definitely going to be manifested. The knowledge is going to be made born, but uh, uh, you know, um, a lot of this, like I said, is about thinking ahead. You know what I'm saying? So when we think ahead, do we think ahead? In a defensive kind of format where it's like we just prepare for the next thing that happened,
Hmm.
or do we bring about some kind of change?
Yup. Because before this, G, we were treating each other like shit. Still doing it, still. This don't stop. Like nothing will. So, you know, they'll treat each other like shit. They're like, well, you did that shit.
Yeah, I'm a
Facebook, that was a
get some
real
brother.
social distancing, I think. G, that was the first. That's the shit right there. Really, that's it. Social distancing. The crazy how
Yeah,
they put the words around us. So,
a brother earlier on the live was asking if we turn it into a mask on, mask off
right.
type of society. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, I think it's certain people that they probably gonna wear it. You know what I'm saying? In terms of social distancing, like yeah, this is gonna alter how people deal with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like it's probably be some people that never shake hands again.
Right. Wow. Only thing,
You know
good
what I'm
thing
saying?
about that, at least you don't shake with the
Yeah,
enemy.
certain
That's the
people.
only good thing about that. You know? You don't shake with the one that's trying to snake you all along.
You
You don't
have,
get to touch his ass.
yeah. Some people gonna continue to wear. Some people gonna continue to wear they masks.
It's always
Because
so.
fear can easily be exploited, and
You say,
that's the
what you
most
mean,
thing
bro?
that's spread in terms of motivation.
God, whoa, yeah. Yeah, that's life coming from that. That's that love hella right. That's
Yeah,
that. Whoa.
when people, yeah, when people are that something is gonna happen, or something is not gonna happen, then that's a motivator, to get people to agree to a lot of things.
What do you mean, like a stimulus, like the creative
Tommy,
reaction?
yeah,
Got you. I see
Tommy
that.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson says social distancing equals modern day divide and conquer.
Yeah, I see that. Yo, that shit make somebody get jealous. You won't even know why you upset. Yeah, everybody try like they got more than the next person. So it's like a competition, separates, competing, always compete against each other. Oh, like,
Well, hopefully we you know this type of thing right here brings us to a level where we can see that you know we got to cooperate as a community. You know what I'm saying? Because that's one of the things that happen right now, right? That uh, the social distancing, it also separated people into all other kinds of groups too. You know what I'm saying? In
right,
terms of
right.
neighborhoods or, people that deal with this or people that deal with that. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, countries, stopping international travel and all of that. So each community, it's like they can kind of see what resources they got right now. You know, some communities got a lot of resources to save themselves in this. There's no resources to save themselves in this.
Right.
Some communities, is leery of other communities. Those are the people that are spreading it. From now on, if a person that you don't know comes in anywhere and sneezes, are you going to look at somebody who sneezes the same now?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Somebody has a handkerchief on them and blows their nose. Is the stock price of hand sanitizer gonna stay through the roof? To where people never stop. Uh, people never stop using it. At a high rate. Is it gonna become like the cell phone where everybody has a bottle.
Oh wow. Switched it to a whole different energy. That's crazy.
Yeah, all those is the different things.
Right, right.
And then how, is every new illness that surfaces, how's the news of that going to impact people now? If people hear, you know, it's a disease here or it's a disease here,
Man.
you know what I'm saying? Are people gonna, you know, uh, react with fear, you know what I'm saying, and go out and buy all the toilet paper up again? Mr. Green once said social distancing sounds like the type of phrase they use in George Orwell's book 1984, that new political double talk slang. We're probably going to be dealing with this at least the next 1 or 2 years, not to mention the lasting post effects. Yeah, it's going to be 1 or 2 years, you know, uh, one thing about flattening the curve, uh, it also lengthens the curve.
See that.
Yeah, that's something that,
Too. I see like the fair, right? You know, how in a movie, it'd be the instruments and shit. And then they tippy toeing, and then they open a closet, and they be like boom, and it startle you, like, and it cause you to,
yeah,
yeah, cause you to jump. So now, like what you said, like the news now, how they tell it is, they could say that anywhere, and it's gonna cause you to have a reaction. Like even 9/11, is the word. Like I used to get people say, "You're like, what's your number?" I'd be like 615 911 2367. Now, like that never will work because of the significance it has to that number. No, so it's like it's crazy. But I used to could catch them when that was the emergency line. I could get them. Now they ain't going for it because of what that means to them. So it just goes to show you how.
790.
Yeah, for myself, my bad,
Good,
King.
good. Nah, good. What you were saying?
But yeah, he wants you to jump and be startled and all that. Like, he wants you to give it that feel. Like I tell my babies, like, yo, don't be scared of me. Don't be scared of nobody, nothing. They fight like crazy, but they be scared of scared of a like a moth or something. Like, yo, I gotta cut that out. They fight like crazy if they have to, but stop being scared of stuff, man. It's your world. You could, just respect it and it's gonna respect you. Oh, that's it.
Mm-hmm. 793rd said people have been walking around with sanitizer bottles,
Yeah.
though, as well as looking funny at people call for crazy in public. You see what you're saying? Gonna take a whole. It's gonna take a whole. How long? He says it's gonna take a whole certain amount of time for certain shelves to fill back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's certain people that's gonna be. It was already certain people that was that way.
How much some joints go? How much some bottles be going for up the way?
Hmm?
How much a bottle of sanitizer be going for up the way?
I don't know. I don't really get involved with all that stuff, guy.
Right.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? It
I'm gonna find out down
you
here.
know,
Probably people
first
rob.
First of all, like I said, it's one of those things where I'm in New York, so
Right. Okay.
it's in the air that I've been breathing for months now. You know what I'm saying? It's like they kind of can't have it both ways. Like, what is hand sanitizer really gonna do if I gotta wear a mask? You know, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not exactly walking around just touching on everything, but at the same time, you know, if I gotta wear a mask, what is hand sanitizer gonna do?
And that's how they call you an asshole in a nice way, man. That's how they do it. Call you asshole in a nice way. Uh, I'm gonna tell you, don't talk to yourself. It's cool to talk to yourself, but don't answer yourself. That's called somebody fucking. It's called my French. That's called somebody idiot, right? You could talk to yourself, but don't answer yourself. Oh,
SW says social engineering, calculated manipulation or direction as of behavior in regards to a group of society. Yeah, uh, you know, the one of the another way that they socially engineer certain things in is by you know placing a reward. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the benefits of society. You know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, uh, more than likely, well, I ain't gonna say more than likely, but look, it's possible that you could have some individuals that challenge these laws, right? And then it, might come out that, okay, well, you don't have to take the vaccinations, right? But then there's all these things right here that you won't be able to participate in if you don't.
yeah.
Like, you won't be able to, receive this benefit or that benefit, or you won't be able to attend this place or that
Right,
place.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's that butt. You know what I'm saying? How they use it. You know how to use that butt. You know that word. They gonna gas you up. Then you don't have to do it. How you like your job? Yeah, you're doing a good job. But if you want to continue with this company, you gotta take that. You know?
Right. That's gonna be, I think, a big place right there.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Is that, in order to get back into the corporate level of America.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? If you work at like a regular mom and pop
yeah,
type place, they'll probably be under some type of restrictions, like, they can only have a certain amount of workers in there at a certain, at the same time or something. But the big corporate type places is probably gonna institute some new policies and say, it's for your own protection.
yeah, yeah. That's another
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
for your own
understand what I'm saying? Because,
protection.
yeah, because
Yeah,
one thing you got to look at, the two things they're using, the two loopholes in the Constitution, though. Well, two of the loopholes in the Constitution. That's a whole science right there. The the two loopholes in the Constitution. Does anybody God, this actually wild is nuts, man. Is anybody aware of two of the main loopholes in the Constitution
That
that
they
they use?
violate?
Yeah, that they use for all kinds of things. You know, when they want to pass something or even deal with an issue that's not enumerated in the Constitution. See, that's one thing DeBar was saying. You know, it's not really the topic, but you know, kind of a sidebar. He was saying that you know, you got politicians that's making these decisions and they don't really know anything about medicine. You know what I'm saying? In the you know, originally the government wasn't designed, you know what I'm saying, in 1783 when the Constitution was ratified, what it was 1787. It wasn't it wasn't really designed to be ruling on all these different things. You see what I'm saying? So the people that's making these decisions and passing these laws on different things, that's not their expertise. They
Right.
don't really have expertise. I mean, they smart people, but they don't have particular expertise in the vast array of things that they got to make decisions about.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
That sound like a
But
migraine.
yeah, you know
Yeah.
that's one thing. But there's in terms of, like I said, when they wanna deal with something that is not really enumerated in the Constitution, because remember, if it's not written in the Constitution,
Right.
then it's supposed to remain the rights of the people.
Right. Right. Okay, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So there's things that's supposed to be within the rights of the people that they encroach on all the time through um, public welfare and the Commerce Clause.
Gee, I ain't know that.
See,
Gee.
because
Yeah.
yeah, see the Commerce Clause. See, well, of course, the public good is, you know, whatever they say it is. You know what I mean? So, you know, of course, you know, you can see how that. So right now they're saying that the public good is the safety of everyone. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this is why there's an emergency order. You know, this is a justification for the emergency order. The emergency order is a justification for the treatment that we've been seeing and some of the laws that we've been seeing passed. You know what I'm saying? In policies. Um, the Commerce Clause says that Congress can has jurisdiction over anything that is a part of commerce. Anything that's if any money
Oh,
exchanges
that's crazy.
hands,
Crazy right there.
you know what I'm
Wow.
you know, in the exchange of this item, then it's commerce. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? And if it's commerce, then it could be uh, ruled upon. You know, it's under the jurisdiction of Congress, right? And they can make a ruling on that or pass a law on that, rather.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm
That's crazy. That's crazy. Gee, that's everything basically. You know.
right? Because
Yeah.
we live in a capitalist society. Every single thing that exists is a part of commerce.
Yeah. Hey, Common. It should be named Common. Motherfuckers Common, right?
Well, you got to remember that, you know, those the you know, the founding fathers or whatever, you know, they had their own, you know, this was something that, yeah, you know, we got the United States of America, but this is still for our clique right here. You know what I'm saying? Remember that, you know, when they first started, only white men that own land could vote.
that's the fight definitely. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Uh,
Yeah.
that's
And
why.
it really was only that certain elite class, or that class remained elite until you started getting those homestead type acts. You know what I'm saying? Where they, you know, people came from Europe and moved out on the frontier, you know, they gave them whatever land. You know, that's when you know, the whole what you call it, the voters, the population of voters started increasing. Shalad came in. Science Lord. SW said we got tech dudes talking about biochemistry as if people are robots, basically. That's what they talking about bringing. Yeah, so that's another thing. What's going on with that is it's supposed to be 5 days until the country open back up. Is that still is that still is that still on schedule? The country is supposed to open back up in 5 days. But like I said, when the country opens up in 5 days, it's gonna be all this contact tracing going on.
Right. Oh, we have 10th, we knowledge cipher day, 5 more days, what knowledge power.
Yeah.
That's 10% right there. That's in the, what was the 10%? Knowledge power degree. Oh, yo, well, I'm break out like the peace hour, right? Like, come on.
All right, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm on to come
SW
quick.
said Jersey. SW said Jersey is shut down to June 1st. So if Jersey is shut down to June 1st, uh, New York probably is not gonna.
That's hurricane season. That's my kid's mother. Rest in power. That's a B day. June 1st. My homie B day.
Guy Cypher Devon said the country will not fully open in 5 days. It's not reasonable. They have to do it systematically and in layers.
Man, they can do whatever they want to do. G, you motherfuckers bullies, strong arm, strong, no gun. They rob you, no gun. They gangs, no guns.
Yeah, that's fly phrase. I think that's about the money too, though.
Oh,
Uh, Fly phrase in 793rd was mentioning about the sports leagues, talking about starting back up. Uh, Especially, I ain't sure if y'all talking about the NBA, but remember the NBA got those TV contracts that they still got to fulfill, and that's the big money. You know what I mean? The stadium money is decent, but you got to remember, you know, you even got those cities that they don't really get nobody in the stands like that. It's that TV money that they make money off of.
Mm-hmm. And
So
exactly.
that's another factor right there, right? The sponsors and all those people, they gotta they gotta fulfill all of that. But what you were saying about that though, God Cypher Divine, come on and build on that about what you think is gonna be the phases. Like as they phase us back in, what do you think is gonna be the phases?
Like news nowadays, that should give you a heart attack. It's like a up, down, up, down, up, down. That should give like you a heart attack. So you keep hearing this, that, this. That should make me go
I don't
outside. I want to go and punch somebody in the face. I had to catch myself. Like, yo, I ain't,
I don't really hear too much about up right now though. I'm mostly here all down.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. So,
The boss said disparity of resources also leads to how they treat certain groups of people in neighborhoods. Yeah, most definitely.
nah, I mean, like, you hear the checks. The checks will hype you up, right? Checks would be like, that'd be the stimulus to stimulate. Be hype, check coming. Then it ain't come yet. And
Hmm.
you hit, like, what it be just, you know, there's life up and down, but at the same time, it's like,
Lord Shallah said this thing is going to kick back right back in when they open up.
uh,
I mean,
uh,
that's pretty much, that's already the prediction. It's
oh,
like some of the things, it's like, you got to just listen to what they saying.
right.
Like they talking about second waves and all of that, all of that's already built in to the way that they handle this. You know what I'm saying? Like the reality is, this is my opinion. I'm not an epidemiologist or a medical professional. You know what I'm saying? But they're handling this the same way they handled the plague, which was to quarantine everybody in their house. You know what I'm saying? It didn't work then, and I don't know if it's gonna work now. You know what I'm saying? Like all the people that you have that haven't been exposed to it, as soon as they come back out, um, unfortunately, it seems like that's a high possibility that all of those people are going to then come down with it. God Cypher Divine said the steps are slowly opening in stores, still managing social distances. Schools will stay closed. At my job, they only have us come in once a week. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. What I'm saying is that our jobs and people going to be able to afford that. Like in other words, you know, if you can only go to work one day a week, because first of all, uh, a lot of other people aren't going to be still going to work. You know what I'm saying? And then even if your store is open, you got to limit the amount of people that you have in there. So uh, all of that is other levels. That's what I'm saying. The way it's gonna roll out,
God, that boy, was it Boy Cry Wolf or I said Boy Cry Wolf, but he keeps saying that the wolves coming and the dude run up there, he be like basically psych, and he do it again. He run up there, he be like psych, and he run up there again, say psych. And then when he really call him, the dude be like, man, I ain't going back up there, man. They keep doing that shit. Like they got it so like off balance. You don't know when you don't know when you don't got no true venom, so it's say 100% weak and wicked. Like that's why we thinking like 100% weak and wicked. I ain't no little bit of right in them. Well,
The
100%.
boss said, "Are we going to go around holding handkerchiefs for our noses or wipes? Are certain people going to take it personal?" Yeah, I think that's something that's probably personally gonna. I mean, that's probably something that's going to be with us for a while. You know, maybe not permanently, but you know, the fight over social distancing. You know, the person who feels like you encroaching on their social distance, and the person who feels offended because you know you bringing it up. Yeah, I think that's a fight that is going to exist in society for a while. Knowledge Allah, yeah, we was discussing that earlier. Knowledge Allah asked if we think the weather has anything to do with it. Yeah, we was discussing that how yesterday it was like 40 degrees. It snowed in New York. You know what I mean? So if it just happened that, you went to bed with your window open, you know what I'm
It's
saying?
11 o'clock.
You might have, woke up with a little bit extra mucus, you know what I'm saying? But in this type of climate, those symptoms, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you had to sneeze, those symptoms could get you put on lockdown right now.
That's crazy. Yo,
If
that's
these things,
crazy. Just yo,
if these things are true, you know what I'm saying, in terms of this bill, what is it? Bill
hey,
they
we say Bill 666 some shit, right? Yeah,
is 666.
yeah they
This is
keep
the
cutting.
bill is supposed to be sponsored by Bobby Rush. And in this bill, you're supposed to be able they're supposed to be able to come in your house, test you for symptoms, and then go through whatever uh
Bill.
quarantine protocol, whatever that requires them to lock you into your house or remove you from your house if you have other individuals there with you, and then uh, tracing, whoever you've been amongst, and then going to their house and testing them for symptoms, so uh, you could just have been at the supermarket with somebody who slept with their window open.
Then if this all that's going on down here, like we gotta look up in that sky too, cause I know in Richmond and skies, them shits look crazy. And like it's another thing. Like as a puzzle, like he tearing the whole shit up. That sky though, that's yo. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me catch up over here in these comments. God Savvy Divine said we still get paid to stay home, born you truth. They can't afford to keep doing that. Taxpayers gonna be upset. I mean, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? The boy said when they flatten the curve, they also lengthen it. But Shallah said exactly. People that didn't get it the first time gonna get it, and people that had it gonna get reinfected. Yes, you know. Now Shallah
Understanding.
said, I
Oh,
see 5 or 6 people standing outside of the corner stores and stuff, even gas stations. I mean, yeah, it's only a certain period of time before people get a little stir crazy, and then there's some kind of thing that happens, when something is exaggerated. You know what I'm saying? And then people see that it's not really that bad, then they'll, you know, it get to that right there. You know what I'm saying? Where people was like, yeah, all right, we hear you what you're saying, but is the number up? Is it down? Is it over? You know what I'm saying? The boss said price gouging is in effect in most places. Yeah, listen, that prices is definitely up.
I'm gonna do the nod, see who own the, who basically hand sanitizer and shit. Who I'm gonna do some research on them and see who up on at the end of that, money, money route.
Yeah,
Uh,
Raphael Statura said, seeing that in the beginning, where he's at about 3 weeks ago for each supermarket, they let in 5 people at a time in the market store, gloves and hand disinfection on entrance. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing. That type of thing where in order for you to be included in whatever's the benefits, you gotta submit to, you know what I'm saying? We not saying it's mandatory. But in order for you to be included in the benefits of society, see, that's one thing why when they saying, yo, corporate America is cooperating and, see, that's a way of making the benefits of society dependent upon you submitting to whatever it is. Lord Shalai said, I've been social distancing and going to keep doing it. It's been working for me. Yeah, I've been kind of social distancing my whole life.
Whoa, say that, Lord.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I don't be around everybody already. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I be saying that sometimes when they be boycotting different places. I'll be like, man, listen, I've been boycotting them my whole life.
uh,
This is nothing new.
It's crazy.
Mr. Green one said it's snowing in Detroit too. Yeah.
That just sounds
You know
crazy.
what I'm saying? See, just that right there, just the change in the weather, if you're not dressed properly, this is just how it could work out. You know what I'm saying? SW said, like I always say, unless you're a female, don't stand too close to strangers anyway. And I'm not going by people physically sick. Everything else been a gamble on the wake up pre-pandemic anyway. Live life. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Najala said, why ain't nobody questioning the colors of the skies? They're looking very gray.
Whoa,
Very, very gray.
whoa, that's how you look here too. Whoa.
You know something? Um, this is something that I heard the dude say on Dukes of Hazzard years ago. It came off at TV show. You know what I'm saying? But I found it to be true that most people don't look up unless something comes down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, people might, you might glance up or whatever, but generally speaking, people don't look up unless something comes down.
Yo, Lord, the
You know,
animal said, I brought my man down here, right? And we in that building, and he just looked up, right? It's like, yo, the stars look real clear. You can see them, right? Like you said, he from Oasis, so he don't look up. Buildings all high, big, monumental, unless you call somebody out of the floor window or whatever. But other than that, nobody look up top. But be down here to see it, like it's crazy. You get this, like it's just wow.
now this is crazy right here. Rafał Stratura is I think he's from Poland. And he said that some people, in his country, have said that this situation, you know what I'm saying, in terms of people having to social distance and there being lines outside the supermarket so that you could get in, it reminds some of the people in his country of when the country was communist.
Wow.
And all these people had to get in line, and when you got in the stores, the shelves was empty. And he said that this situation right here is reminding some people of that situation. That's quite a point of reference right there.
Oh, see that. Yo, Lord, but when I threw the knowledge, we building on, but like when you say that, it just sound like jail. Whoa, it's like gonna come and remove you, and it sound like cell extraction. Look, that's just sound like to me. You listen to it, like this. That's why brothers that's not here physically. I know you like, man, no man never returned. But if we show them that. Like you say, yeah, I'm going over here, go hang out over here. Y'all come see me when y'all get there. Like, those ain't going for that shit. That's why he seen like some bullshit coming. Let me get up out of here. Y'all hold it down though, Oh, that shit. They hear the words that shit's crazy. That shit's still mind boggling, Lou. Like, to be honest. What? I still see the little boy though. I see the little boy. That's the attitude. They always gonna try to keep you they boy. Always try to. That's how Oh,
Yeah.
he's a grown man though, big man.
Mr. Green one is pointing out that you already got a lot of stores doing no mask, no service.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go again. Keep coming, Snitching reward. Certain things a reward. They holding everything over your head basically. But they letting you make the choice. But they saying they not. That's that reverse psychology bullshit. Good cop, bad
Yeah.
cop.
It's going all over Milwaukee, Montreal, Quebec. Yeah, see all these different places. You got the weather changing up. You know what I'm saying?
My thing is, right? Say you in your kingdom, right? Let the window crack. You blowing it down. You smoking some good tree. You start coughing. Right? They gonna put somebody in. Try, try to inform on you. Like, yo, man, I was smoking. What they talking? I don't know what they talking about. I was like, fuck out my house, my house, my house. But you know, coughing off a good tree. Like, damn, like, you know, it's crazy. Yo.
That's the thing about the vagueness of the what's the name. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, put like this. You know, your temperature, like they saying if you got a fever,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like for instance, Musadik was saying that uh when you know he do deliveries on the truck. So he was like between the time that he gets out the truck and the time he gets out of the building, and by the time he gets inside the building, he's gotta have his temperature taken multiple times.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? At the same time, the temperature is such a common denominator, right, in all sicknesses, that the first thing that happens when you go to the doctor is they take your temperature. Because all that just means is that you out of but now it's a reason for all these you know, all these enforcement policies to kick in on you. You know, what happens if you work at a job, right? And you go in to take your temperature and you know, your temperature is high. You know, do they, you know, keep you right there? Like, do you have to go into quarantine? Do you get to go home? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, is it gonna be people calling their house saying, yo, look, you know, I got caught by the quarantine police and you know, I'll see y'all in 14 days.
Yeah.
God Cyber Divine says stores are definitely enforcing no mask, no service. So how's the country going to open up fully if they tighten up the mask rules and social distancing? This is the new norm.
Oh God, like you said like you got phase one and you said phase two. Like these motherfuckers, my bad. They so eager to tell you right in your face. That's how you know a person don't think shit of you. If you like, they sit right there, they do a nice way, but they telling you you an asshole, you an idiot, you'll never be like me. Not, and they do that shit deliberately. Like you gonna say another phase? So this first phase, you saying you got second, third? Like you so arrogant to like I'm on
I wonder if there's any statistic, right, concerning like the way to like see how God Cyber Divine is saying that you know certain businesses is not going to be open right away, right? I wonder if it's any statistic concerning. Well, I guess it can't be a statistic yet because it hasn't happened yet. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of the types of businesses that's going to be opening, right? And then the rules of opening them. You know what I mean? So, like for instance, you know, will barbershops be able to open?
I
You know what I mean?
know, Mom, we open up. They open up 15th. Yeah, Knowledge Power Day.
Yeah, but how you gonna socially distance in a barbershop?
You know what they tell you? They saying, yo, at your own risk, but they know brothers going out. They know that
Yeah,
shit. Man. So
yeah,
they know he gonna disappear. You know what he gonna do. He a coward. He gonna say, yo,
yeah.
you know the person sent the brother in harm and shit. Be like, yo, go over there and do that, right? And then they haul ass on him when they go do it. Like that's the coward. He gonna disappear, right?
Whoa, Ralph Chachura said that's what's going on in Poland. When you on quarantine, you in for 14 days, and the police come to check to see if you in your home, and they make you put an app on your phone
Oh
that
shit.
they could check your GPS at all times. You know, I mean, all these is things just to take into consideration. You know, I'm not saying they gonna happen, but
Wow. You know, he'll take it off face value. Gee.
yeah,
We face the
great
value.
information said I'll let you know some details when I get back to work this week. They're doing daily screening, asking us if we travel out of state, and depending on our answer, they would send us home and paid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what's that? You know, all of these types of things. You know, how long is that going to be the norm? Like, if we saying 18 months, 2 years, some of the numbers that we getting, and then what kind of impact is it having that there appears to be it appears to be an outbreak in the federal government right now. Like, the actual task force that's supposed to be dealing with this is now they got an outbreak amongst them. Fauci himself is self quarantining right now, from what I heard.
Oh Lord, I got to check the valuetainment, and there's a dude, Dr. Butter. He destroyed that shit, man. And he looked like we could drink Henny with him. He could build he could build with us. He looked like super cool brother. He destroyed. You know what I mean? He destroyed that shit. It ain't fun knowing the truth though. I'm gonna tell you that much. That's why I was smiling, blow my weed in their face, because I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna hang around long, man. Like I be feeling bad about bringing the babies. Like it was just me. I'd be like, fuck them. Like having babies. Like if I think it's going like that, I wouldn't even know. Uh,
Mhm. Mr. Green once said this is medical house arrest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, most definitely. God Cyber Divine says salons are open. They doing hair with masks on. Getting a cut in the hood is like buying drugs. Dudes got to sneak you in the back door on the low. So you saying over it? Well, we're not going to mention the area, but
say that.
over over there,
Yeah, say that. We gotta preserve the best part, everybody, man. You gotta preserve that.
over there, they doing cuts, but I'm saying, when it's time to open up, uh, how's that gonna work? You know what I'm saying? Because that's probably gonna be, you know, um, enforced. That there's gonna be, in terms of visits to stores, to make sure that a business is enforcing it, because that's another level of the game. Where if you tell a business that, look, if you allow more than this many people in, there's a fine involved.
Yeah, make them their nice extortion.
How will that work out at that point? You know, Brilliant Elevation said that rumor has it as his job that if he says he was in Jersey, they send him home paid for 14 days. I'm about to take them up on that offer. Hey, man. Fausto Chura said, as it calmed down a bit now, media started talking that there's a possibility for a second wave. And, that's what I'm saying about the fear right there. So,
Crazy.
is that a thing right now? Like, how long would they be able to hold that over the heads of the people that, listen, if you don't do this right here, it could be a second wave. If we don't pass this draconian law policy right here, there could be a second wave. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something like the code red, code orange, code green,
Right.
whatever they were doing, as if this thing is minute to minute, at any minute, it could be another thing going on. So, we got to do this other draconian thing over here.
We got a short attention span, right? We can stay on a phone or a computer for days.
Mr. Green once said, what will be the future existence of social spots like bars, clubs, stadiums, and restaurants? I think it could be the end of some of them. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, and I think it was SW was pointing out, it's always going to be those TV contracts. Personally, I think that's why the sports people are saying, look, we getting billions of dollars off of that, and with everybody home, we're gonna get the viewership that it takes to do what we got to do, But I mean, right now it's all a house of cards, though, because you can have the viewership and all the sponsors you want, but if people don't have loot to go to those stores, because the economy, is what it is at the moment, that's still going to be difficult. The bar is saying that the medical community is projecting that this crisis could last past 2022. Fred says homeboy is a barber and was doing house calls for cuts. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of things. That's what's gonna have to come. Out of this is a lot of people, if they wise, they need to find something. They talking about this money that they're gonna be giving out. Somebody was saying what $2,000 a month for a year or something. If you wise, you'll find some way to invest some of that money, into some kind of business. You know what I mean? Because I've seen economists. One economist, he projected that it may take 10 to 12 years for employment to get back to where it was before the crisis.
Yeah.
Godsighted Devon said they have inspectors monitoring stores. They're going to get all that money back they gave out through the fines. Yeah, that's another thing that I think is going to be a consequence of this. You know what I'm saying? Is cities and states trying to rebalance their budget on, the backs of the people. All the fines, all the fares, renewing your license, all the licenses, all the fees, all that's going to be going up. Tommy Robinson said Yakub's plan wasn't just for the weekend. Yeah. The boss said gouging in terms of going to places to eat in restaurants, card service at the mechanics, etc. All and most prices are skyrocketing. I mean, that's going to be another impact of this in terms of, you know, um, uh, companies are not going to be. Yeah, stores like Target, where they making money off of volume. Each item they might not be profiting all that much, but they fit people. This is gonna have to, because rent is not going down. Brain Elevation said, "Did you see the one state say they're not even doing driving tests for driver's licenses? Like that would save lives. They're not doing driving tests. What do you mean? Like they got?" Listen, I would stay out of that state. I need to know what state that is.
Whoa.
Someone needs to Google that, man. If it's anything you gotta Google that. Musadik, make sure you don't do no runs over there. Mr. Green one said, plus a housing crisis is on the rise. I mean, that's another thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's this is one of those bombs, that's gonna keep going off. That, I spoke on that before, where this is like a whole bunch of what you call it? This is like a whole bunch of crisis. You know what I'm saying? That being started from one crisis. You know what I mean? But it sparked off so many other things that,
Whoa.
All those things are gonna have to go to completion too. You know what I'm saying? Like it might be 2022. It might be 2022 when in terms of this, the illness may be taken care of. They'll have the vaccine or whatever they're looking for in terms of that. But in terms of a lot of this other economic damage, when we got New York already saying that, you see what I'm saying? God Cyber Divine said, I'm a homeowner and I have tenants living upstairs. Rent better not go down. Yeah, is that what I'm saying? Yeah, SW said a domino snowball effect. You know what I'm saying? So the rest of these crises got to play themselves out too. So when you're dealing with a situation where New York is saying, look, we're not gonna have the pools open, we're not gonna have basically no recreation for the kids for the summer. You know what I'm saying? And you already have, because sometimes I watch the news realizing that, some of the things that they're putting in there, right? It ain't happened yet. They're priming the people. You know what I'm saying? So right now, in the New York news, I just seen that they're expecting it to be a spike in crime when everything opens back up. So now, certain people have been prepared that, listen, we're going to be busting heads. So yeah, that's another impact that I was thinking, even with that, think about how many people they let out. Now, certain places maybe where they had overcrowding, that might be one thing. But in certain other places, you know, that's the wealth of the community, is that they got a prison in New York State. So is there going to be a push to fill the prisons back up, or to, get that population back in there to stabilize the jobs of the correction officers union? And what does that mean? Does that mean, like we were saying, criminalizing, more behavior so that we can widen the net to catch? They let out Big Meech's brother? Oh,
Yeah,
you heard they let out Big Meech's brother.
heard that too.
Yeah, if they let him, you heard that too?
Yeah, D, yeah.
Whoa. Yeah,
I ain't really looking into it. Though.
they definitely you know, that's unexpected, Happy for the brother that he achieved his freedom.
Mm.
SW said he's been out a few days, on social media and everything. And is he out, or it's like, you out until he's gotta report back when this thing is under control, or he's just out? So that's what I'm saying. What happens when the state, oh, he got pardoned. All right. Musa D said no, he's out. So he got pardoned. Wow. Well, like I said, happy for him, but what does that mean? In terms of the fact that we know that, this is one of the, I don't know, where it ranks, but we know that, maybe not on the federal level, but on the state level, we know that the prisons, like I said, they very important for the state economies. So, what happens if the state starts saying, well, we only have this many people in this prison right here, so we want to shut it down. Do you think the people upstate are going to say, oh, well, it's a good thing that everything in the city is so much better now and we don't have to run the jail? No, they're going to say, no, don't close it. Just like every other plant in every other industry in every other location. They're a company that, they maintain prisoners. You know what I'm saying? The police is a company that produces prisoners.
Mm.
The bar is saying that in Sweden, they aren't observing social distancing, and that the numbers are going up and down and they're being criticized. However, you don't see the same heavy-handed tactics. See, one thing you got to realize about those European places like Sweden, right, is that, at least until recently, after really, I guess with Obama, you know what I'm saying? We're starting with Bush, but accelerating with Obama when you started having the refugee crisis, and you got a lot of people going into Europe now from other countries. But historically, places like Sweden, it was like 98% homogenous population. So everybody kind of got the same interests, the same, background and everything. So what I'm saying is that there's a difference in uh there's a difference in how social unrest is going to be dealt with. You know what I'm saying? When even the people that you have to send out there to deal with that social unrest, they got to do it to their own people. You know what I'm saying? You know, even a black cop, he doesn't, or he might not, like being black himself or like other black people himself. So when you send them out there to police the situation, yes, it's much less of a leap in their mind, you know what I'm saying, to treat somebody like an animal because they see them like an animal instead of seeing them like they self.
Oh,
Rafael said today, I heard also that in Italy, the crisis is so deep and not much help from the government for businesses and small companies. I mean, got revealed came in. Yeah, that's something that they keeping their eye on right now. Is how the rollout is coming in other places that they lift the quarantine first. That's another, like the bar was saying, you know, everything with this is is an experiment. Not even saying that, whether or not it was made in the laboratory. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that this is something new. It's something amongst the population, and it's something that, for the scientists, like the epidemiologists, you know, this is something to study. This is something, where like, yo, we can see how this reacts and how that reacts, and we have this unique situation, because this thing is amongst the population. So we can test all types of things. We can test how disease spreads and all of that, So they're gonna want to control some things, and then in some other cases, they're gonna not want to control it just to see what happens.
you saying we a project, G?
Yeah, all of this at this point is a project. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So right now, whoever's the first people to open back up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They an experiment. The epidemiologist is there. They in their hospitals. They studying what all the numbers and statistics is going to be. They studying. How does impact the curve? Did the curve unflatten? All of these different things at this point. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It's almost like if you notice, right? If you get to the hospital, right, and you still alive, you know, all four of your limbs could have been cut off. But if you get to the hospital and you still alive, they can put you back together. People get shot in the head, all type of stuff. They can put you back together, but they can't cure illness. See, one of the reasons they could put you together like that is because Caucasians got thousands of years of trying to kill each other. They've been going to war all the time. So see, the war itself becomes an opportunity to develop medical techniques.
Right.
Because what choice does the person have? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if we said.
What choice does anybody have? So yeah, we can see if this works. We can see if that works. So the same token, that's what I'm saying with this thing right here. Like the coronavirus is out there. We're not going to stop it from being out there. So we might as well capitalize on it, for whatever reason. A lot of times, especially when it comes to medical advances, they don't, that's one of the dirty little secrets of medicine, but that's because otherwise there's lots of things that how would you really learn how they work? You know what I'm saying? Because,
Right.
if you experiment on a healthy person with some of these things, you would kill the person. So they had to take advantage of these types of situations. SW says standing too close to people has become a crime. This ain't some okie doke. Every governor and mayor I seen in these video conferences has more of a look of guilt than fear to me. Or maybe it's just me. This is definitely one of them things where people are being briefed on as they call it, classified information. You know what I'm saying? That they can't reveal to the people. This is definitely something like that where people are being, because I noticed back in March actually that, in New York between Cuomo and de Blasio, that they would come out. It was almost like they would come out and whatever they wanted to do, they would do a press conference and come out and announce that they're not doing that. And it's still like right now. Like if you go back 2 weeks ago, they was all like, nah, man, before 2 weeks ago, they always like, nah, we can't close the train system. Nah, no, close the train system, New York, nah, we can't do that. Nah, that would make it dangerous, man. Can't close the train system. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be closing train systems. Yeah, that's how they've been doing. You know what I mean? So, they did the same thing with closing the schools. They did the same thing with closing the city. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So pretty much whatever they come out and say they're not going to do, a couple of days later, they come out and say they're doing it. You know what I mean? But, even in that case, it's like, yeah, you whatever the information, you had it then. And maybe it showed improved itself or whatever the case may be. But yeah, it's definitely more things known, and I think by, every government, there's more known than what they putting out there.
Cool.
Reveal said, did y'all see a documentary called Out of the Shadows on YouTube? No, what is it about? A little synopsis. The boss said, I think they will allow businesses in the rural areas where people risk of infection is less and then figure what other types to open up. I mean, you see if that works. But it's still the cities that is important in terms, at least of the crisis with the illness. You know what I'm saying? Raphael Statura was pointing out how this is leading to a little renaissance for the mafia in Italy, because now that you have people strapped for cash because of the situation, the mafia is doing their loans and things of that nature. Their we call that the they're doing the shylocking, those shylocking going on.
Well, what's that, Lord?
Hmm?
What's the shot locking? What's that?
That's loan sharking. Brilliant Elevation says, so in Sweden, they just wanted the elderly and high-risk individuals to quarantine and letting the rest of their population develop a herd immunity. See, this is what I'm saying.
There you go.
That's another kind of experiment. You understand what I'm saying? That's the experiment in how to, is this a better way to deal with an epidemic? You understand what I'm saying? Like everything that's going on right now is an experiment now. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you could set up whatever conditions, right? Say like when they dealing with animals, like if it's rats or whatever animals that they experiment in, they set up a certain condition. Rather they give the rats, rather they give the rats cancer or whatever condition, so then they can test out whatever they doing. This crisis represents a condition that could never be, they could never do this according to the laws, of the ethics of the medical profession, the quote unquote ethics of the medical profession, all the laws in America. You couldn't go around and infect, how many ever millions of people have been affected, in order to see what happens when you do this and when you do that. But now that it's already happened, free to do what you want to do. They passing laws. That was what the bar is saying, is that they relaxing medical standards, standards that would have to be followed. You would have to be reasonably sure that your vaccine is gonna work. They wouldn't usually allow you to give somebody a potentially deadly disease, just to experiment with your thing, and you don't really know it's gonna work, because then what if it don't work? Because in order to control the situation, to know that it was your vaccine that works, the person can receive no other treatment. So, this is a situation where, every single thing that you're doing, in the future, you will see medical literature on this. Well, this country decided to do this. You know what I'm saying? And this was their outcome. This country over here decided to do that, and that was their outcome. This state, that city, the places that had this much population, this is what happened. The places that had that much population, that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? Places that had this income level, places that had that income level, all of this right now, we in the experiment. You know what I'm saying? All they technology, you know what I'm saying, pinging your phone, we're going to see if that really worked, if we could really tell, if people are 6 feet apart. The drones that's supposed to be taking people, certain places are supposed to be drones flying around, taking people's temperature. So now what happens if your temperature is high, though? You know what I'm saying? Does the drone follow you until the police come? What Yes. what's the what's the what gives with that? I don't understand. You know, does the drone tell you to go home?
That's crazy.
Yeah. DeBar said, indeed, the rest of the people in Sweden who are hanging out and going about their regular lives.
Yo, Lord, somebody earlier put into the saber that Sweden was quarantined and all that, right? So I went to go research and check. I seen the same thing, but then earlier somebody said Sweden was, quarantined, locked down, right? But I mishear that.
Now they said that the Swedish people didn't observe this social distancing, but they could be quarantined from the outside.
But the elderly in trouble though, right?
Who's this? Uh, Revealed said talking about Epstein. I mean, the stuff with Epstein. I mean, that's one of them things where look, that's uh that's 2000 BC, man. I'm in the Asiatic world. yeah,
Wow.
that don't really,
So,
that don't really I don't really know that much about Epstein. Like Epstein, Weinstein, these type of dudes, you
wow.
know, they 2000 BC and I'm in the Asiatic world, you know what I'm saying? Where, you know, like you could be in the same place with somebody, you know what I'm saying? But you in a different world. You know what I'm saying? Like it's people that you went to school with, right? That you don't know you went to school with them because they was in a different world. You know what I'm saying? Like you might have been in the athlete world, they might have been in the chess club. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all just never really, maybe you was in a grade over them or whatever, and y'all just never, you might have seen them or something, but it didn't really register because y'all was in totally different worlds, even though y'all was in the same place. You know what I'm saying? Or just like you might be somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you might be in gym class, right? Now, if we playing basketball in the gym class, you might be in heaven. You know what I'm saying? But that same kid who's in the chess club and he's not into athletics like that, gym class is hell for him. You know what I'm saying? So even though y'all in the same place doing the same thing, y'all in different worlds. You know what I'm saying? So with Epstein, that's like a different world where I haven't, you know, um, with both of them, it hasn't been nothing really shocking. Not to say that it's not bad, but just that it don't. You know, that's just kind of how I see them. You know what I mean? But in terms of uh, this type of thing, we mean the impact that it's having on all the rest of these crises. That the people, whoever, I mean, how does this whole thing go? Like the people, whoever are guilty, they spread this thing to throw attention off of that. Tommy Robinson said new technology has a 50-year policy before it goes to the public because it's patented.
It's crazy. Yeah.
The boss said he's teaching the brother that's a barber, and he says that he sets up jobs by appointment only. Whoa, where's this at? Raphael is saying that someplace people starting to riot. Where's this at, Raphael Stature? You know, that's something there. That's something, you know, they already got plans in place for all that. You know, with the California thing, that's why they were saying that they hiring 20,000 people to go to people's house and test them. You know, and that's one of the things that they doing is giving them instructions on how to deal with people that, you know, might want to resist getting tested, or, you know, resist whatever is the enforcement after you get tested. You know what I'm saying? Which is either to lock you in or to remove you from the house if you live with more than one person and they don't test positive. You know what I'm saying? But of course, you got the uh, signs of a lot of false positives that's been coming up too, you know, with the testing. So that's, the boss said, indeed, that some of the
It's 12 o'clock.
some of the methods of staying infection free would definitely be documented in in medical, social, political, and economic literature. You know what I'm saying? You know, yeah, they all of this is being recorded on audio and videotape for later references. The girl said, is there not a cause and effect? The 10% influence the media disinformation as well. I would say DoorDash. Mr. Green once said, I would say DoorDash has been good money during the crisis. I mean, yeah, there's cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? But you know, um,
Yo, they put the food on the ground and shit.
with food,
When they ever,
you know, there's cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? But you know, there's you know, sometimes, you know, like draw the whole picture for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does, you know, starting this crisis, you know, like, is it, you know, for Tom Hanks, I'm saying, you know, you know, is Tom Hanks really that high ranking? You know what I mean? That you know, all of this would be done. Uh, I mean, you know, it's things like that is possible. You know what I'm saying? You know, everything when I don't know the answer, then every possibility is under consideration.
say that.
But there's just some things that for me, it's like, you know, there's, you know, other more serious things have happened, and it didn't go to this level. You know, I mean, you know, you would really This would have to be like who's being protected? Like this person has got to be at the tippy top. Like it's got to be like Rothschilds on the list because this person is willing to, not just inflict a lot of pain, but take a lot of pain itself. Everybody's taking a hit right now. You know what I'm saying? And there's just some things that listen. You know, uh, People always say that Europeans have a fear of being wiped out. So why would they do something that's wiping their own self out? You understand what I'm saying? It's you got to finish painting that picture.
It's time up. You get self-destructive. Like you don't love himself.
Mr.
So
Green said he made $1,500 doing DoorDash. You must got a fast car. The boss said even the environment during the lockdown has the look of a ghost town. Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying. Like and it's still going to be like that for a while. Brilliant Elevation said there's more than one state letting teen drivers get their license without passing the actual driving test. When did they start this? We need a list of this, man, so we can stay out of those states. Can't cross the street. Justice born a lot.
oh, peace of God.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But and at this point, I'm gonna tell you another thing that for me, it's not even important anymore. How this really came about because the same thing is gonna happen either way. But
Hey, Jay, you breaking up.
what we letting nurses work without taking boys taking a driver's test.
God start building. He really do that sucky shit. Peace to the gods, man. Work in the AM. Peace to the gods, peace to earth. I'll get up out of here.
Peace. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my audio. Jasim is saying that you have head nurses Wait a minute. You got head nurses that that didn't have to take they test to become. You got head nurses that didn't have to take a test to become a nurse at the hospital in New York and Maryland. Whoa. Whoa. And these are people that they got treating. These are people they got treating the people coming in the hospital doing a diagnosing. See, we need that type of information before something like this comes up. But who out there wants to come from the economic perspective? Who out there wants to come from the economic perspective, about the solutions for this? The brother Premier Networks, like I said, he presented the or some political solutions that we could use to bring about a change so that we could control something, at least the information that we get in, you know what I'm saying, and our ability to protect ourselves at least in some way from the type of treatment that we getting right now, where we, in terms of the crisis, we having the worst outcome, in terms of the enforcement of the rules, we getting the worst outcome. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, the layoffs and the jobs lost, we getting the worst of the outcome. So all these things ensure that we remain the poor righteous teachers. I'm sure many of us would not want to remain the poor righteous teachers. Not the poor part. Tassim said ownership. So what's the science, with ownership, on what level, what I mean? Because all right, so you're saying intellectual property like writing books. That's what I'm saying. Are you talking about home ownership, uh, capital ownership, business ownership? Which type of ownership? Mr. Greenwood said this is definitely a time to create new business models, ideas, use some of this money they got floating, stimulus, unemployment, underemployment, etc., to start businesses, invent, start a nonprofit type. Jassim said home ownership too. Mr. Greenwood says start a nonprofit type organization that could benefit or help in a post crisis world. Necessity is the mother of invention. Shasim said, own all the ship in both ports and the resources going to and fro. Yeah, a brother hit me up earlier today. I was hoping Joe Self came on, you know what I'm saying, because he has a lot of ideas about that too. Where this brother was suggesting that, as a group right here, the core group that we got, that we start, putting our heads and, our pennies together and seeing if we can make some kind of investment, just in terms of like we was discussing yesterday, with between like minds. Our God just came in peace. The boss said, as well as owning the businesses and liaison with leaders, the people set up to support and carry out our initiatives. The boss said nonprofit businesses will benefit certain of our immediate needs and support their initiatives. Peace said, I got off your understanding at a cipher to work in a hospital. Take a little test and I would have been on. Said no, happened to be on the 30th degree in the one at 36. Good with my knowledge out of cipher and tips. So the hospital is just, you could just go down there now. The hospital is like the police now. You could just get hired now, huh? But what about the flip side of that, right? Just like I asked the brother questions yesterday, the people that present the economic standpoint, right? What about the flip side of that you often hear from the brothers that, they more focus on the political tip that, we don't have a lot of money, as a whole, we don't have control of that resource. You know what I mean? Mainly because, we've been the capital. When I say the capital, I'm talking about the capital and the labor, meaning the capital is the investment in the infrastructure to make money. You know what I'm saying? The first capital was land. You having the land to grow whatever crops, because economies was basically agrarian at that time, when the concept of capital, really took shape the way it is right now. So, what about that aspect of things right there? Musadeep, the civilization classes, if all goes well, we're opening up the city on the 15th. The civilization classes will be back in effect on next week, And then again, we might just see who's, like if we got enough people that, you know, that ain't scared, we do it right now. Yeah, Jasim, he put a good point right here too. Another question, for the people who present original seed, what's going on? For the people who present the economic argument, right? Just like I was saying with the brother that with Premier Networks, we got to look at the things that have happened in the past, right? And is that even to say we condemn people about that happening in the past, we got to look at those mistakes and safeguard against them. You know what I mean? So just peace can't be done by one person. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's and I'm not sure this is what he's talking about, what I'm getting ready to say, but there's been a certain amount of charlatanism. You know what I mean? There's been a certain amount of con men, you know, and I don't think everybody started out as some people became corrupt over the time. You know what I'm saying? But when we doing the economic type of front, right? How do we guard against that type of corruption? You know what I'm saying? One way is to have more than one person. You know what I'm saying? Kind of be in control of what's going on. Because it's two things that happen when you put all the control in one person. Number one is that if something happens to that person, then the continuity of what's going on could be lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, and I don't know that this person doesn't exist. They might exist, and the story could be deeper than what I'm saying. But who was Marcus Garvey's right hand man? You know what I'm saying? Like, when he went through trials and tribulations, you know what I'm saying? And this happens, just in general, when it comes to passing the torch, that's the level of why you don't have one person, you know what I'm saying? Is that, when everything is invested in one person and then something happens to that person, it's difficult for everybody else to pick up, for all the bad things you could say about Trump. One thing, if you notice, that he did is he pulled his whole family into what he's doing. So right now, if something happened to them, they could just pick up in all his endeavors, in the government and in his private businesses. You know, for whatever you could say about him, he does know and understand that the babies is the greatest. You know what I'm saying? And that you know, in some, in the future, a large part of how he's known is going to be according to what they do. And how do we, that's one thing, but how do we deal with the situation of, how do we deal with that level of the game when we say, we're gonna take the economic way out? Yeah, Shaquem is right here. Hold on. Where we at? The boss said we must look for ways to gain this capital through our available means of income and set up our networks with only folks in power root positions loyal to our initiatives. Yeah, and that was one of the things that, concerned me about Bobby Rush, that bill. Like, wait a minute, what's going on with that? But like I said, I haven't, followed day to day with his political development, so I don't know, you know, that Simpson, how do you make sure people stay safe in the gym while sparring? Make sure everyone has a basic level of understanding to stay safe. In this case, that would mean being able to interpret contracts and understanding financials, right? The right people God's like Devon said, Marcus Garvey rocked with F.S. Cherry, who was a Hebrew Israelite, or Frank Cherry. So, and what happened with Frank Cherry? You said he was head of security for Garvey, but I'm saying who was the second, who was the VP? If he's the CEO, who's the VP of operations, or who is the people, like right now, you got cities that the mayor gets convicted. You know what I mean? Or a couple of years ago in Illinois, the governor got convicted. You know what I mean? You got companies on Wall Street that the CEO, gets convicted. You got people that, you know, they pass away unexpectedly, and these entities continue to go on because an idea was planted. You know what I'm saying? And a body was established that represents the idea and not just the individual. See, that's why you got to set up something. That's why you got to set up something, where the idea is embodied. So Shaquem was the one who brought this up to he brought this to my attention. He's Shaquem said, I suggested starting a fund so that we put money together to build something for our nation. 30 brothers add 1,000 per, that would be 30,000. I am willing to add the first 1,000. John Simpson, that was the reason for the nonprofit symbiosis too. That way the institution is governed by the board. Right. See, because, uh, even when you look at, all these different things, in terms of all these different things, when you look at other revolutions, not saying that, just saying revolution in a form of change, people that build societies, you had to have different people that have all different skills, and abilities. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, like the brother said, have somebody has a financial type of mind. Because you got to remember when a person is trained in a certain thing, they have it gives a certain mindset. Like in this, when this is what go and do every day, whether it's for a living or whether it's for recreation, you're gonna develop a certain mindset. Just a way of looking at things. You know what I'm saying? When you hear somebody say something, the implications of it. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, so you need all these different people with all these different mindsets to come together, right? So that the change could be complete. So when you look at the Haitian Revolution, even though Toussaint Louverture went and did something that I wouldn't have did, you know, the revolution didn't die with him. Because the idea was embodied and everybody else. God Cypher Divine says, see, that's peace, born you truth. Nowadays, when we start talking finances, brothers want to be ghosts. Let's build up this nation and stop playing. I mean, that's, you also got legally, people with legal minds that know what's the legal implications. You know what I'm saying, of a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? But that's definitely, like I said, Joseph is another brother that, a couple of times he recommended that. We build up something to where we able to, make some type of group investment, that could grow in the future. That's another thing too, is that the urgency of our situation, right? The urgency of our situation causes us a lot of times to have to think short term. So we're not thinking, you know, they're thinking in terms of 100 years. And, that's nothing new. Like right now, they'll tell you, yo, look, when we built the train system, we built it to last for 100 years. When we built the interstate highway system, we built it to last for 50 years. That's how they thinking. I mean, God Cyber Divine, he do his thing, and I do my thing. I don't, I don't have, you know what I'm saying? But those would be the things, that we would have to put together. You know what I'm saying? But let's think in terms of, even if we was dealing with this uh level that Shaquem is talking about, right? $30,000. What uh what type of investments, right? Uh, could be made for that, because that's like a seed right there. But everything grow from a seed. So I'm saying, what type of thing, thinking long term, not necessarily thinking, you know, how much we could see a week. Because, like I said, that's for an individual or a small group of people. But when you're dealing with a society, which is a large group of people, Mr. Green one said that one the color man does. He plans, even if it's a 10-year plan, he sticks to it. Even if they get off course or set back by years, they pull it off. So Brilliant Elevation said real estate. got Cyber Devon said it's like 35 people on the live right now. We could start up a community with proper understanding. I mean, that's what we doing, but see, we gotta build on it, right? You know, firstly and mostly, the reason we had to build on it, right, is because we gotta have a clear picture of what we want it to look like. Because if we don't have a determined idea, you know what I'm saying, we could easily stray away, you know what I'm saying, or even be duped. You know what I'm saying? Getting into the wrong type of thing because, you know, we don't have the whole purpose and the goal down pat. You understand what I'm saying? Like a business plan focuses the mind. You know, it focuses the mind and it focuses the activities. You see what I'm saying? To where you know what you're doing. Mr. Green once said, agriculture and technology bringing innovation to the barbershop. Well, we got to see how the social distancing come out. Like I said, I don't know how the barbershops is going to work out. You know, I mean, not that people not going to want to get their hair cut, but I just want to see, you know, how that fares in the post-crisis era. John Sims said he liked real estate, but there's other classes of investment that are valuable as well. Mr. Greenwood said agriculture and technology. Those are two you can't go wrong with. You know what I'm saying? You know, just with technology, it's about you know, just being on the right ship that's headed up. Jasim said the dopest part is as a capital investment firm, eventually people could diversify across asset classes to mitigate risk. It could be established so that the firm has a fiduciary responsibility to its client too. Yeah. I mean, if we tried that, you know, there's some brothers right now. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Melcorn Scientists. He's up in Connecticut, and that's one of the things he does. And he's in the real estate where you know, he buys and sells the property, he rents property out. He's up in Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? And there's another brother, Absolute. Absolute has come on the lives with us a couple of times. Um, Absolute invests. He invests in stocks. You know what I'm saying? And I know a couple of brothers that, you know, they got like a couple of brothers together that's of like minds, and they flip properties. You know what I mean? Like they brothers that have the skill at construction, where they could go in, you know, and refurbish a house. I mean, Shaquem himself, Shaquem said he's a steam pipe fitter and an electrician. You see what I'm saying? So say, you know, and because that's how these things are planned, you know, that's how you double dip. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, uh, if we were refurbishing the houses, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure it's a lot of brothers that have the skills to do that. You understand what I'm saying? That could come together, and you know, we would be creating those jobs for ourselves. But I'm just saying that we have brothers that have those type of skills. A lot of brothers using those type of skills, but like God Cyber Divine was saying, being that we don't have a community together that's dedicated to that. You know what I'm saying? Somewhat like how many people are familiar with the way some rich people what they have called a family office. And sometimes this family office, like they appoint somebody who's not even in the family as a CEO or whatever, and they making investments for the family as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Even countries, they got certain investment funds. It's the green one said I always wanted to manifest an agricultural technological school where we build a community based around that. And how would that work out? Like, how would I mean it's clear that's the educational part right there, you know what I'm saying? Of course you would have to have the teachers and the students. How would the rest of the society be built around that? You know what I mean? Because like I said, we gotta have, that's one of the things I think was the flaw, not the flaw, but I think that's one of the reasons why civil rights didn't come off as successfully as we might have wanted it to, is because, people didn't have a real clear vision was that they wanted out of the thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, you got the idea, but what's step two? Like what could we wake up tomorrow and do that'll be working towards, you know what I'm saying, whatever the goal is. And said we can open up an account that yields high interest. $20 a week will give us $1,040 in the course of a year. Times that by 30, and you have a nice gold mine. Now, see, this is even, because it's in small parts. $20 a week is quite manageable. See, that's what I'm saying. When you open things up, to ideas, things could become exact. He said in 3 years, the type of high yield account will be approximately 100,000. I mean, that's another idea too. There's nothing wrong with compound interest. Compound interest is a very big source of wealth. Compound interest is basically saying that the more money you got, the more interest you got. So you got some people that they got a family, the family wealth, let's say, is $100 million. So then every year off that $100 million, let's say they get, $5 million or whatever it might be, is the interest that they get. So then they just live on the money out of that interest, save the rest. And then the next year, let's say they spend $3 million this year. So next year, instead of getting interest on $100 million, they get interest on $102 million. In these high yield accounts, that brilliant elevation is talking about, the whole idea is just, you can't be taking the money in and out. But in terms of, doing the knowledge, you know what I mean? In terms of, all right, not just running out and investing in the first thing, but actually taking that time to study, what would be our best move. Brilliant Elevation said that's what he wants to do is flip the houses. Well, yeah, it's the brother Melquan scientist up in Connecticut, and also the brother Foundation, another brother that I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? Him and some other brothers, they deal with the construction lane. You know what I'm saying? Then there's some other people too. You got Divine, Jihad. These brothers are very professional. And some of the finest work that you might have seen. You know what I'm saying? It could have been them, but they working for whatever contracts and whatever companies. But if we started that business, Mr. Green once said a digital homeschool network would be a righteous move. I've always been an advocate of homeschooling and proper education. I don't know about the digital part though. There's some type of diminishing returns on the screen time. Yasim asks, do I mean individually or collectively? But I don't know exactly what you're talking about. What I was saying that you asking me a question about. I mean, listen, God Savvy Devon said we talking all these finances, born you truth, due to knowledge, the war. What war has been won without bloodshed? We're gonna build a nation while still being gunned down the street like dogs. You know, that's a you know, that's not an immediate solution. You know what I'm saying? It's not, like I said, at this point in time right now, what we need to do is find ways of avoiding the situation altogether. You know what I'm saying? Because just as much as they coming into our communities and wilding out, there's other communities that they leaving totally alone. You know what I'm saying? And one thing that entails, and it's not just dealing with this. It's not just dealing with this. It's dealing with, our everyday life and being civilized and not giving the devil, the power to rule over, our part of the planet. And we, showed you mercy and put you out on the worst part for you to rule over there, but you shouldn't be ruling on our part of the planet. Now, indeed, I'm not a turn the other cheek type of person. If it comes to that situation, then that's another element of things. You know what I mean? The brothers like yourself that understand the Queensberry rules, You know what I'm saying? In the art of hand-to-hand combat and all of that, that's important too. For us to, but you know, uh, going on the attack first is not our nature. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to that science right there that you're talking about, first of all, preparation is 90% of the game. Preparation is 90% of the game. You know what I'm saying? So, we not prepared for that type of thing right now. Yeah, Jocelyn. Yeah, to properly and profitably manage it. You know what I'm saying? Um, I mean, we had a lot of ideas come up right here. Manola Music and Films. Um, are you saying a specific path forwards individually or collectively? Well, it's kind of both. That's how communities are built. That's why if one black person moves into a community, they like, yo, look, you gotta get out, because you're not doing what we collectively doing, which is being white, or whatever other group feels that way. You understand what I'm saying? So you know uh even in terms of uh what you decide to do on your daily, like we were saying, for instance, doing this, the investments that we make, right? uh uh you know may create jobs for brothers that have certain skills or whatever. That's affecting them as individuals. Now I don't understand, God Cyber Divine. Why would we need armies first? Yes, Shaquem, we just, we still on the same idea. Because look, Cyber Divine, that's a whole other discussion. I'm not saying, I'm not discounting. I'm saying, let's put our minds together and see what we could make of it. That's a whole other conversation where you saying, okay, how would that look? How would that look? I mean, look, let's keep it 100. Right now, you know, even with this situation, with this crisis, our people was greatly affected, you know, because they're not in shape. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I've been hearing, or reading stories about how the commanders in the United States military are concerned with the obesity epidemic in the country, because they're saying that the recruits that they getting in now, they're not even in shape. So that's what I'm saying. Now you got to remember, we starting from the ground up, right, to build a society. So see, that's why I said that. What you saying, that's a whole other talk. See, Jasim been in the military. You know what I'm saying? In the military, they got a statement. They got to say that Army is, what steps could we take, you know what I'm saying, to construct a society, right, where we not subject, you know, uh, to the types of brutality that's starting to come to light right now. You know what I'm saying? Like what the brother in Georgia went through, you know what I'm saying, the type of heavy-handed tactics that they using, particularly on the black community, you know what I mean, as opposed to the, very, coddling way that they're enforcing these policies, because they know that these other communities, there's some consequence to dealing with them, not necessarily this type of physical consequence but uh, these people, this community donates to the campaign of these people. Some of the things, we may decide we don't necessarily want to do that. But look, there's people who, this community over here, they donate heavily to the police, the policeman's ball or whatever. There's something that makes their street, when you live in the hood, right, and they fix the street, what always happens? The next week, within 7 days, the telephone company or somebody else is gonna have to come and dig a hole in the street, and they ain't never gonna fix it back right. We don't have the power to call. So who do we call down there? Who's our guy? That's like, listen, man, we're gonna have to pull the support. Or how do we build a society, right, where of speaking the truth to power, because whatever decision they make to be mad, it doesn't affect us. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, let's say in the political class and the leaders of different countries, you got some leaders that they under indictment in other countries. But the fact is, I don't need to come to your country. Like, you could ban me from putting money in the bank in your country. It doesn't matter, because I don't have none of your money anyway. Like right now, we living in a way where, you know what I'm saying, we have to be careful, with how we behave and how we speak, because of what could be the consequences to us. Because we don't have any type of institution that can address our issues. So, uh, we've been just presenting different ideas. You know what I'm saying? The brother came on yesterday, and he presented the ADOS, the political road to a solution. And right now today, the brother Shaquem, he was saying that we need to put some economics together. And he was saying that he could put $1,000, that if we had 30 brothers, that could do that, that would be 30,000. And then we was kicking around different ideas, you know what I'm saying, of what that would look like, because what we doing when we present these ideas, you know what I'm saying, what we doing when we present these ideas, see, like you're saying, Manola Music and Films, it's a lot of separation. See, that's one of the things we got to do when we present these ideas, is we got to look at the lessons, right, of the whole fight for freedom, justice, and equality for the whole 500 years, or whatever date you want to start counting. And that's what you just named is something that now we identify as a primary thing. That's something that we identified as a primary thing, is what is the rallying point. You know what I'm saying? Like in different days and times, or in different eras, right? When brothers came together to fight for freedom, justice, and equality, getting out of slavery was a rallying
It's 1
point.
o'clock.
Well, I might not like you. You know what I'm saying? I might not like you, but if we got a shot to get out of slavery together, I think I could let that go, until we get on the other side. Al Kim Salam, peace. You understand what I'm saying? Or the same thing at the civil rights era, where we were speaking on uh, uh, how different events, Brown versus Board of Education, Emmett Till, Rosa Parks, but we got to say Rosa Parks slash what was the girl's name that refused to give up her seat before Rosa Parks? We gotta let's not forget her. But I'm just saying, in terms of those events, was rallying points. You know what I'm saying? The bombing in Birmingham, in the church. The people that got killed in Mississippi, and all those different things. Those provided a certain rallying point that brought everybody together. To say, all right, we gotta bring about a change. In this day and time, we got so many different interests and so many different, levels at which we dealing with the oppression. You know what I mean? Meaning that, you got some people that, they rich enough, they got enough where they not really concerned with what's going on with everybody else. So, exactly what you said right there. What do you think could be a rally point that we all could rally around? No matter if you're from the east or the west or the north or the south. You know what I'm saying? What could we look at to say we got to be one when it comes to this? Mr. Green one said life doesn't work good divided unless we talking about dividing the righteous from the unrighteous. God Cyber Devon said we need leadership. Fly Phrase said that's the $1 million question right there. I mean, it's clear, that the yeah, so Shaquem is also saying let's start adding the friends. What I was thinking about that, Shaquem, though, is we need to take advantage of the tax situation. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, incorporating Delaware. Those are the type of things we got to start doing. Because we all over the country, so we can incorporate whatever. But God Cypher Divine, meaning, you know that Hogan was the girl that refused to give up her seat before Rosa Parks. And she actually ended up having a very, not very, but she actually ended up having a much harder ride. You know that uh, Mr. Green once said we need common unity, which our culture gives. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. This is something where am I back? Am I back on yet? Am I back in effect? You know how YouTube does me. The Christian said you need a whole mental overhaul of said people. We gotta realize we won in order to move as one. Mr. Green ones, oh yeah, Mr. Green one up here, he said we need common unity, which our culture gives. But see, that's something what I'm saying though, that's what I was gonna say, is Mr. Green one, uh this is something that we gotta deal with uh civilization and righteousness. Like this type of thing right here, you know what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying? We got to deal with civilization and righteousness, right? And not let the knowledge of self impact how we looking at this. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, some of the people that had to be involved, not necessarily right now. Of course, right now, you know what I'm saying? You can, you can, I'm saying, Shaquem, we gotta set up some type of GoFundMe. I gotta figure out how to do it. But we got to deal with all the people. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is anybody that's ready to be civilized and righteous, you know, they may not necessarily be dealing with our culture, our specific way of life. They may be cultured in a way that's similar to us. But we need to continue to think in these kind of terms. You know what I mean? Of how we could bring about ultimate change. Because right now we just reacting from situation to situation. You know what I'm saying? And that's just a part of nature itself, is to adapt. So when you look at all this, our condition right now, it's things that we adapted to. Like, see how we talking about things right now that they happen every day. But the people, they adapted to seeing it. So, people became adapted even to slavery. People go in penitentiary and become adapted. Manola Music and Films, he put something here. He said, after they seriously threatened. So that's what you think could bring about unity, because I actually, that's something that I say, that's a point that I make a lot, is that a common enemy brings about unity faster than a common cause. Sometimes that enemy is just the environment itself. Like right now, you could be from a state. You know what I'm saying? Like Manola, you from Georgia, right? You in Atlanta. Now there's people saying Savannah, you may never see them ever in your whole life. But if y'all find yourself, in Nebraska somewhere, like, yo, you from Georgia? Get out of here, man. Well, yeah, boo, boo, boo. Now you kicking it with them because you in a strange environment now, and this is, the commonality is a bigger thing, relatively in that spot. But within the state of Georgia, Savannah, I'm not going down there. But here's the thing about that, though, Manola. We get, you know, we get reminded, that we have a common enemy, every couple of months or so, at least. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, with this situation with Ahmaud Arbery. Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, the list goes on. D. Christian says, stop selling Jordans, take away cash video games and their iPhones, and it's on and popping in. Going to get show enough rowdy. I mean, now look, that goes with something else that I say, that, what what could possibly wake people up, man, is hitting rock bottom. And by rock bottom, what I mean is, the illusions go away. You know what I'm saying? It's like right now, if we live in a holographic world with all these illusions, that we this person and that person, you know what I mean? We could project ourselves into, any person or any lifestyle on social media and things of that nature. You understand what I'm saying? Manola said if whites start asking for segregation again, that would definitely work. But see, and we discussing all these things. You know what I'm saying? I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that, we got to look at all the details, that's going to help us be more successful, like a business plan. After 1865, see, even right now, we call, Jim Crow laws, we look at it as super bad, but Jim Crow laws, at the time, that was euphemistic language. Like, see, we see it for what it really is now. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, like say like sharecropping, for instance. This is what I'm talking about. Is that you just found a different way. You just found a different way, right, to still get the labor for free. You know what I mean? Or even in the wording of the 13th Amendment itself, it already says that, it's still slavery in the jails. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying, all that to say is they ain't never going to use that type of terminology again. Like I said, if they want to do something to black kids, right, they'll just say, well, listen, we have to do this in the poor performing schools, because they know where the schools are poor performing, because they know, who, where they placing the resources for that. You know what I'm saying? Or, low income, whatever it may be. They got other terminology, and other excuses besides just that you black. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like when what was the guy that played for Seattle, and he said that C Thug is just a new way to say nigga. You know what I'm saying? For white people, you could get away with embodying all the same characteristics, right? But not using that word. So, in terms of segregation, I mean, in reality, at least in New York, I can't speak for everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But in New York and a lot of other areas that I see, in New York or in the North in general, right, is what you call de facto segregation. You know what I'm saying? So all of these communities in New York is, pretty much segregated. Like you have a few places where it's mixed in, but generally speaking, you know, things is still established. You know what I'm saying? Like D. Christian said, they use code words, coded language. We took everything from them and set their language. So exactly, they use these words. Loitering is a crime that comes from the Jim Crow. Loitering became a reason to arrest black people. You know what I'm saying? And once you arrested them, you had them back in slavery. So, that's what it's going to be. Um, you know, uh, like for instance, right now, if they was going to do it right now, then they would say, well, these are people that refuse to observe this social distancing. You know what I'm saying? And that, through that type of mechanism, they could still do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And then their actual best mechanism that they used, their best trick in the book is that we're helping you. When they convince you that you're helping you, but they're actually doing something like segregating you. You know what I mean? So, they're offering you housing assistance or something. But they're, angling you into certain places with certain conditions. Mr. Green once said there are new Jim Crow laws. I mean, in reality, just like the Jim Crow laws was an update of the slave laws. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I think the Jim Crow laws are constantly being updated. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are buried now in the codes of the welfare. You know what I'm saying? And the different stipulations that's on it. You know, some of it is coded in that type of law that's in Georgia. From what I understand, uh, Manola Music and Films might be able to expand more on this because he's from Georgia. You know what I'm saying? But in Georgia, they go beyond stand your ground to where Georgia is apparently fairly loose with citizens arrests. Where, what these two individuals are probably going to use as their defense is that they were affecting a citizen's arrest, and then Mr. Arbery started fighting with them. And so that's why that kind of thing, what happened to the brother Ahmaud Arbery, that's why that kind of thing can happen, right? And get swept under the rug, where the DA says that, nah, there's no need to prosecute here. You know, uh, you know, Jim Crow is written into that kind of stuff too. There's some things, then by effect, you know, uh, without question, the draconian laws, or the draconian sentencing is a part of the Jim Crow. But this is what I'm saying by the effect that some things have. If you got one group of people, right, that, because of the way the gun laws are, right, and I know that, everybody's not doing everything legal, but I'm saying because of the way the gun laws are, right, there's a, uh, there's an expectation, among many that, the people who are homeowners and gun owners are white. So, who are we passing these stand your ground and citizen arrests? Who are we passing that to benefit? Mr. Green once said, check the book by Michelle Alexander, The New Jim Crow. That's the book about how the prison, the sentencing is the new Jim Crow, right? Justice Bourne said, recognize the areas we need aid and be willing to aid one another, each one teach one. Mr. Green once said, in Detroit, it's a lot of self-segregation there as well. You know, uh, I don't really mind the self-segregation, you know what I'm saying? But it's that, you know, the society comes with it, or the society that, would make that successful. When does that get built? Because Detroit, is you know, they always seem like they in a good in a Detroit. It's like from the outside in, it seemed like is the only way to go is up. But sometimes, it seems like it don't really work out that way. Rashawn just came in. Rashawn said, does anyone know what's the law about home gun ownership in New York State? Um, I mean, I know it's a misdemeanor to have a gun inside your home. See, this is all, the more military aspect. I don't know if your technology is working today, Rashawn. That's the link. You can try it. Oh yeah, rifles. You can have rifles, but I think it's got to be broken down somehow or something. I'm not sure with that. I mean, Josh Simmons, it's difficult to say. See, one thing you gotta realize that in the inner cities, it's too many black people. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these inner cities, you got, majority population black people, like Detroit. So you know, disarming black people has always been, that's been a thing since the 1400s. So, being from New York City, you pretty much understand that. Look, it's illegal. But I do have some brothers though. You know who you should ask, Rashawn? Ask AD. Ask AD. AD should know. Because AD, matter of fact, AD is a brother, man. I'm gonna have on the show because AD, he actually, that's one of the things that he does. And he does some type of outreach, for situations if you're getting harassed by the police. You know what I'm saying? Mr. I keep saying Mr. Green one. It says Mr. G one. What's going on with me? I'm saying that for days. He didn't even say nothing either. You gonna make me do that. You gonna let me say it the raw way for days, man. Make me look ridiculous, man. Mr. G1 said, D Mecca is a blank canvas. You can make it beautiful depending on one's approach, but it's always what you make wherever you are. I always say if you can't make it here, you can't make it anywhere. Similar to the New York motto. He said, I've come to like Mr. Green one. Oh man, you see how you can't mess with 5%? Yeah, but that's what I've been saying, man. It seems to me that, uh, if I could make a suggestion to the people in Detroit, it would be to consolidate. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, say you got whatever square mileage of Detroit, right? And you got, people living on this block. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Rashawn, you could get that now because society's collapsed out there. But what I was saying is my idea would be like you got whatever square mileage of Detroit, but then you got people living on this block where you got X amount of abandoned houses, people living on that block where you got a X amount of abandoned houses. What if you consolidated, built one neighborhood that was closed in together, not closed in, but, close together where the people was. So now you could start to support commerce again in the neighborhood. You understand what I mean? Because everybody's within, walking distance or whatever, riding distance to whatever stores. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Rashawn, because society been collapsed out there. You could get whatever whatever goods, you're gonna, the people are gonna need things. Whether it's hardware stores, barber shops, you know, clothes stores, whatever it is. So, that community in and of itself would have economics. You know what I'm saying? And then, tell all the gangsters, look, go do your gangster business in the part over there where, we all left. Leave this right here. This is where the family is at. That seems like it would be uh that seems like it would be pretty but Detroit is a unique situation, man. Where they pour a lot of money into the problems in Detroit, and it don't seem to make a difference. Yeah, Detroit, they're hiring the private security. The dude Dan Gilbert that owns the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah, he owned like downtown Detroit or something like that. Those private security, they work for him. You was able to get on right. Cause see, it's Jasim, you know, he made Jasim made a statement, uh, you know, about, how, we can make our hustle to start our own or whatever. It's something about the desire to be a part of the system though, especially in the form of money and fame. See, like if we start our own society, right? See, the people that live in a new society that's starting right now, they're not gonna be able to buy Jordans, or Gucci. And a lot of people, they enjoy that level of the oppression. They enjoy it, you know. You got people that their way of protesting, like who is the dude? The security guard was going to kick him out of the Gucci store, and to show the security guard, whatever he was showing him, he bought extra stuff. Tens of thousands of dollars, you spent in the store, I guess to give them a piece of your mind for trying to kick you out like you didn't have money. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, man. Mostly everybody, I have a lot of people came on. Yeah, Fly Frey said, yeah, that type of backwards thinking like that. But that's what I said. It's about, you know, how you thinking in the long term. See, like when you looking, sometimes, that's the science with the success, right? Of a lot of foreign people. A lot of people that just come to this country, they got long-term goals. Like the first person who comes to the country, most of the time, they of course they want to make a little more money, they struggling in their country, but they really coming for their kids could come up. But you got people that they come here, when they young or whatever, but they in their mind they going back. So they goal oriented. So the small little things of what's going on, they not caught up in that. But if you don't have no goals, you know, depending on the condition, that you was born in, you might not be able to take the scenic route through life. We had this is another good live. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that came through and built today. You know what I'm saying? We had the bar. The bar came in and helped us to be able to, um, you know, decipher some of this medical terminology and jargon that we being hit with, and understand some of the concepts of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Uh, we had some other brothers come in and give us some good suggestions on how we can move forward. D. Christian said a lot of so-called brothers just got to get thrown in the rubbish heap. I mean, that's what this kind of thing does. This crisis that we in. You know, those that ain't prepared for the hereafter don't make it into the hereafter. Hereafter meaning after here. But about to sign off right now. You know what I mean? Shout out to all the guys in the earths, all our other visitors that support the stream by clicking like, observing the videos, subscribing, donations, purchases. Everybody, thank you. Peace. And I will see y'all tomorrow. All right, Mr. Green One, you missed it. You missed it. You. I'm not gonna break. I'm not gonna break the. I'm not gonna break the cipher. Then we keep it, Mr. Green. But peace to everyone out there. See y'all tomorrow.